City Clerk Corey Adams. City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. Thank you for joining the City of South Fulton Council meeting, a city on the rise.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the first of two council meetings being held this month here in the city of South Fulton. We are at our 4 p.m. work session. We'll be here for a few hours tonight. We have a zoning and alcohol license hearing at 5, a future land use map hearing and comprehensive plan update public hearing at 6, and a regular council meeting at 7. So feel free to join us anytime here at City Hall, 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, South Fulton, Georgia, 30336. Mr. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon. This is the roll call for the October 14th work session, City of South Fulton City Council. The Honorable Catherine F. Ryle, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6, will be late this afternoon. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Presente.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. All right. Before we get started, I do want to let folks on council know, as well as those of you watching online, that we do have the Honorable and Incredible Mr. Sonia Johnson Clark from the National Association of Parliamentarians joining us for tonight's meeting. She's going to be serving mostly in an observation capacity tonight. We have a parliamentary training coming up. You all should have received emails about that from the city attorney. We are scheduling those dates, so we want to get feedback from all of you, but she will be assisting me tonight. As you all may know, all points of order in parliamentary inquiry should be made to the chair, but I will be assisted in rendering my decisions tonight by Ms. Johnson Clark, who will be with us for the next few weeks. And with that, Mr. Clerk, if you'll please sound Roman numeral 4.
Roman numeral 4 is the city manager's items and presentations, the monthly report provided by our city manager, Sharon D. Subadan.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. The financial report is incorporated, as well as the Public Works report is incorporated in the city manager's report. That has been furnished to you in advance and is available on our website. And so unless you have any thing specific, I turn it over to you for your questions.
All right, is everyone, first off, able to get into the queue for tonight's meeting? Let me ask it this way, is anyone having any difficulty getting into the queue? All right, I see no speakers. Madam City Manager, did you want to give us an update on on your progress in our new financial policies? I did see a section about that in your report.
Anything in specific on financial policies or the financial report, the monthly financial report?
No, our purchasing policies, our purchasing car policies. I know that you've begun implementing some of the
I have.
recommendations made by Baker Tilly, and I thought that this section of your report covered those updates.
Yes, every month since January, we have been publishing our progress on the P-card improvements. I just recently, did a summary and emailed that out to you. Our goal is for 95% compliance. And at this point, strictly speaking, we're at about 82%. If you take off those things that are purely administrative, which is things like travel forms that are approved but not uploaded with the transaction, we're closer to 94%. So we've been doing some retraining. As you know, everybody has gone through P-card training, including the mayor and council. We have an internal auditor that's on contract with us that looks at every single P-card transaction every month. If anyone is out of compliance, they get an email and they have time, they're given time and a deadline to bring themselves into compliance, and our success with that has been exemplary. So we will be bringing updated P-card policies for your approval and SOPs for your approval. As we've gone through this process, we've learned some things. We've also gone to some citywide contracts for some items that are subscription-based to save the city money overall.
All right, thank you so much. Seeing and okay. Well, go ahead. The chair, I will go ahead and recognize Councilwoman Willis. If you're still having trouble, though, anyone that's having trouble getting in the queue, please raise your hand so that a member of IT can assist you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Willis.
I don't need IT assistance. I just need to find out where my queue is. Thank you for recognizing me. My question for the city manager regarding the Baker Tilly reports. I have reviewed them again recently, and the compliance audit was done. Is it or isn't it true on all P cards for anyone who was issued a P card in the city? Oh, I'm sorry.
Absolutely, everybody is under the same policy.
Was there any indication, and we all heard the presentation, we all spoke with the auditors, was there any indication that the auditors, who were all mostly retired forensic auditors from the FBI, that was their background? Because we also were given the background of the auditors. Did they give any indication that they felt the need for additional forensic audits to be done?
Somebody needs to release, thank you. No, they did not give us any indication that more for forensic audits. They did ask that, or recommend, they had several recommendations. One of them was more strict compliance with our existing policy, updating policies to be more relevant. Some of the information in our current policies is somewhat dated. And, they made several other recommendations.
Isn't it, and from what I read from the reports, because this is also documented and I've shared it in my newsletter, both reports, that they recommended either stricter compliance or eradication of the P-card program. It was one or the other. That's what I understood it to be. But they did not. When we talked about forensic audit, one of the things they said is that forensic audits are typically very expensive and they can run into millions of dollars. But they should be done in scope, not widespread. Did I not understand that correctly?
So I don't know if they said anything about millions of dollars, but I do know that forensic audits are expensive. They shared that forensic audits are expensive. Typically, just from my own experience, when you're going to do a forensic audit, you're looking for something more specific and more targeted versus just kind of a blanket, let's do a forensic audit across the board.
So most of the recommendations that came out of that compliance audit, is it or is it true that you all have been pretty much steadfast in implementing most of those recommendations, such as the monthly audits, making sure that people account for their receipts, making sure that the receipts are within business use. In addition, our city attorney, without going into detail because the things that she shares, attorney-client privilege, has given us direction on what is considered business use.
Yes, I can confirm all of the above.
So with all of that being said, you are responsible for the P card issuance and the administration as the city manager. The ultimate person who is administratively responsible for P cards falls under your purview. Is it your recommendation that we should do, based off of the feedback and the reports and the findings from both the compliance and the forensic audit, is it your recommendation that we need to do any more forensic audits?
Not at this time, but to be clear, each issuer is responsible for their P card. I'm responsible for the program. Every time you use your P card, you're signing, you are affirming that you're using it in compliance with the city's policy and in accordance with a public purpose.
Thank you. But to clarify, yes, everybody they signed that affidavit. But if there is violations or non-compliance or any type of inappropriations or any type of financial policies, because we have policies around this, and it rises to the level where people are not doing what they have been required to do, it is a responsibility for you to, as a city manager, bring that to the attention of the city attorney, for their city attorney to review compliance, and from that point determine whether or not that person's, according to the policy, should be able to continue to use the P cards.
That is correct. That's outlined in policy.
Thank you. I yield.
Thank you, Council, our Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you for acknowledging me, Mr. Mayor. My question for the city manager is related to the monthly finance report. And in the column of fiscal activity, I see for the different districts and for mayor that the amounts, the bottom line total amounts are different. And I wondered if you can kind of explain that. Why is that?
Sure. The fiscal activity column, I'm looking at it correctly, is going to be the actual activity year to date by district. So everybody's spending patterns are a little different. If you notice there's an encumbrance column there. Those are for items that are encumbered but not yet paid. So the cumulative column of fiscal activity is everything through September. Actually, this is through August, I believe. August 31st. We are generally about 30 days behind.
Point of information, Madam City Attorney and Mr. Clerk, is there any way, could you tell us what page you're reading from?
Sure.
And let's get it on the screen so that everyone can follow along.
Not sure if they can get it on the screen that quickly, but in the report, it's page 9, 9 of 91.
Thank you.
So that's why the amounts would be a little different.
I see. I see.
So the question was, why is there a disparity? So for example, under personnel services and employee benefits, because people have different benefit options, the amount charged to their budget might be different. Does that help?
Yeah, and I guess in supplies.
And that's everything in that supply section, all totaled up.
All right. Are you done? All right. Just a couple quick follow-up questions. I did hear you, Madam City Manager, affirm Councilwoman Willis's assertion that the auditors have determined that we either eliminate all the P cards or that we move forward with the P cards and just implement their recommendations. Is that correct?
I don't know if they said eliminate all the P cards. I think they said that P cards are to be used for one-off purchases, for incidental use, not for regular contracts, things that you could contract for 12 months at a time. And basically the recommendation was, if you're going to use P cards, use them properly and follow the process.
Right.
And this is not the first P card audit that's been done. And they made mention of the fact that we didn't take heed after the one that was done in 2022, which is why this time we are being a lot more strict on adhering to the recommendations from the auditors.
All right, so we've started a new fiscal year, October 1. Does everyone that had a P card in FY 2025 have a P card for FY 2026? We had, I think there were 56 or something P cards across 17 departments. Does everyone that had one in last fiscal year have one this fiscal year?
To my knowledge, one of the things that we will do is, and one of the recommendations of the audit is we do an annual review of the P cards. We're actually getting new P cards with our state tax exemption number printed on the card. And that will also give us an opportunity to reissue and to make sure that people are in compliance as well as using their card. One of their recommendations was if somebody's gone 12 months and doesn't use the card, we shouldn't reissue it.
And so for FY 2026, is it correct that all of us here on mayor and council will be receiving P cards?
Not all.
Who will not be receiving a P card?
At this point, the council voted for you not to have a P card.
But I thought that you were the person that decided, I mean, that's what we just heard in the line of questioning.
I'm
with
responsible
Councilwoman
for the
Willis.
program.
So that in order for the mayor to receive his P card for this new fiscal year, council will have to take a vote.
That's correct.
Okay, hopefully we'll be able to do that tonight. All right, I think that's everything, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next, Councilwoman Pritchett says that she's back in the queue for the follow-up question. Go ahead, Councilwoman Pritchett.
So, Ms. Subadan, you did say that since we've had our audit, since we've received our training, that you said we were outstanding, was that? Well, you said something. You used one of them big words.
The percentage of compliance, I think, is what she's referring to.
Yes, our percentage of compliance is remarkably improved. My goal is for us to be at a 95. I was an A student in school, and so I want y'all to be A students too. And so we're not quite there yet. You know, there's some learning that continues to to occur, which is why you get those notices saying, don't forget to upload your travel form and those things. So, but we're on the way.
Sounds good. I have a follow-up question. So, per some policy, or perhaps it's the charter, I'm not even sure, but for the council members that are currently on the ballot, their usage is up to 25% of their budget. Okay. And that's implemented and that's being, I don't know what's the right word, but.
It is being monitored, and as we get closer, we'll probably reduce the spending limit on those P cards. Because we don't have real-time management over P card usage, we want to make sure that somebody doesn't go over their 25% with a P card, because that has happened here in the city before. So as we get closer, we'll be reducing the P card limit on some of those cards.
Thank you. With that, I yield.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item. Oh, I'm sorry. The chair recognizes Dr. Rowell.
I just want to clarify, even without the P card use for the mayor, is he still able to spend his budget with your approval or not?
Not until you repeal the freeze on his budget.
And, well, I'll save my others because we have it on the regular council agenda. So
All right. Anyone else? Going once, going twice. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter B, presentation on citywide customer service training will be presented by Yolanda Hyman, Director of Community Relations and Services, City Manager's Office.
So, Mayor and Council, you will recall in fiscal '24, we established a Community Relations and Services division under my office. And since then, Director Hyman has built out that department, and today we want to brief you and the public about a new initiative being rolled out in that department. Over to you.
All righty. So good evening, Mayor and Council, and our esteemed leadership at the dais, and also to our residents. Can everybody hear me okay? Oh, it was on. City Manager, thank you. So I want to first thank you all for this opportunity to share about our exciting initiative in citywide training in customer service. I'm pleased to introduce first our team who helped facilitate and create the training. I'll first start off with our interim director in HR, Ms. Hope Blakely. She's here. Then we also have our HR team, which consists of Ms. Sylvie Moses, who's our employee relations manager. We also have Vonell Terragine, who is our HR generalist. And then we have Mr. Brian Davis, who is our Deputy Director for General Services, who helps out with our training as well. And then my right hand, Seisha Demps, who isn't unable to be here tonight, but she also is a tremendous help to the creation of the program and facilitation as well. So, let me see here. Stay with my notes. Oh, I guess it'll help if I use the clicker. So, raising the service standard. It is a training that was, the importance of the training, let me start there. The importance of the training is to ensure that our staff provides our residents with the best customer service that we can. But it's not just for our residents. Customer service is important both internally as well. And so we have the training. The training has been mandated for all city employees. It's full day, interactive. As I mentioned earlier, it's co-facilitated by our CRS department as well as HR. The training itself ensures that we have a discussion. We don't just sit and look at a PowerPoint slide. We interact with each other. We talk about the different issues that we interface with on a daily basis, not just with our customers, but also internally between staff. And so it reinforces professionalism, collaboration, and accountability. How many of you remember the movie Drumline? Don't be shy. Audience? Okay. You remember Dr. Lee? Dr. Lee's quote was, "One band, one sound." Do we remember why he had to do that? Nick Cannon. Exactly. So we had one individual in the bunch that joined an organization and decided that he wanted to do things his way. And what did that do? Pure chaos. And so we don't want that, do we? We don't want that, do we?
No, ma'am.
Okay, now I'm wondering. So Dr. Lee said, one band, one sound. And this training is about being on one accord. One band, one sound. Do we know why that is? Because we don't want what? Chaos. And so I am a child of public servants. My father served in Vietnam. He was killed when I was 10 days old. I never got to meet him. My mother served at universities. I also worked at a university for over 21 years. I worked for county government for 10 years. Public service is very important to me. It is very important to me. So why now? Why not now? We tend to think that we can come to work, do our job, go home, and all is well. But a lot of times we forget we may bring our bad day with us to work. And many a times we talk to individuals on the phone, we interact with our public in face-to-face, not realizing that they too sometimes bring their bad day to us over the phone or in person. And so somebody has to give, right? Can't expect our customers to know what our citywide training is. So we have to implement and we have to present to our residents, to our stakeholders, what respect looks like, what kindness looks like, what empathy looks like. And so this training is very strategic in ensuring that our staff knows what the expectation is and how to serve those who we may not always agree with, we may have to sometimes say no to, but we want them to know that we care about them. So we talked about internal and external customer service. We talked about our commitment to service and professionalism and etiquette within our government. Who can tell me what the 5 pillars of service excellence is? Don't all raise your hand at one time. Anybody? Anybody? So, respect, responsiveness, clarity, empathy, and follow through. Let's say it together. Respect, responsiveness, clarity, empathy, and follow through. So, in knowing what those 5 pillars are, I'm hoping that we all can commit, not just to attend a training for our employees, but to ensure that we take the time to remember how important service is to one another. So the training will resume throughout the year starting in January 2026. And as I said, it reinforces our commitment to serve with grace, to lead with excellence, and care with purpose. So I welcome your questions or comments.
Thank you. I'm going to ask everyone to line up in the queue. First, I want to say, Ms. Hyman, thank you for just the amazing work that you have been doing for quite a while here in the city of South Fulton. My first question is about our 311 phone number, which we haven't quite yet worked out the internet mechanics, or I don't know, the telephonic mechanics of just our residents being able to call 311 and get to our 311 call center. They have to call 470-552-4311. Again, that number for South Fulton customer service is 470-552-4311. Is that number staffed 24 hours a day? And if not, what are the times that people can expect to get a live person answering the phone?
Our business hours are 8:30 a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m. That number is not staffed 24 hours a day.
So it's Monday through Friday,
Monday
or
through
days. So like yesterday, we were closed for Columbus Day. No one was staffing the line that day.
Correct. On holidays, we are closed. When the city is closed, we are closed Monday through Friday, 8:30 a.m. to 5 o'clock p.m.
Okay. Yes. And I was reminded by Councilman Sebastian that we don't celebrate Columbus Day here. We celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day. Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Emeritus Dr. Mark Baker. I'm sorry about the loss of your father. I, too, am the child of public servants and a father who is a Vietnam veteran. And I'm also a big fan of combined trainings, as evidenced in our year of planning kickoff in January with our combined training of the council and planning commission and staff and our community development board members, appointees. I'm also a fan of us doing that so that we can perform as one band with one sound. So to that point, you're saying that the training won't begin until January of 2026?
So we started the training in August.
Okay.
We had 3 training sessions, August, September, and our last training was last week. Our last training for this year was October 7th last week. And so we will start again in January in full swing so we can ensure that all employees have the opportunity to take advantage.
Okay. And then to that point, because people will sometimes, particularly if they call and that number is, no one answers at that number, people think they can call their council person or their mayor and that we gonna get it done for them. Our staff, us and our staff will be able to attend these future trainings as well so that we can be a part of this one sound.
Absolutely. I would be honored to have you.
Well, God bless you. Those are my questions. I don't see, now we have people in the queue. The chair recognizes District 4, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Simon, thank you so much. Customer service means a whole lot to me personally. Even in my role as a city council person, I try to return every call within 24 hours, if not the same day. I only ask people don't call me at 10 at night because I will call you at 4 in the morning. Is this training mandatory, and are we doing it by department? And
It is.
And the reason why I'm asking that specific by department is that there are issues that would come up in some departments that would not come up in others. And the training, hopefully the training would get around to identify maybe the most common customer service opportunities or issues that the department, the specific department, would get trained on. For instance, police issues are different than CDRA issues, right? And so I'll just leave you to answer that question, but those are my questions.
Okay, and I'm glad you asked that question. Yes, The first training is mandatory for all city employees. It is mandatory. We are making special accommodations with our public safety departments, that is fire and PD. Parks and Recreation will be handled differently. I am working with those department heads to ensure that we address their needs specifically, and any other department as well. But right now, it is open to all staff to attend. Those three primary departments will be the ones that I will work with to ensure that the training is specific to their needs. For the most part, yes.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Elton. You all have been doing an amazing job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Sebastian. The chair recognizes the next speaker in our queue. District 5, Councilwoman Keo Chabelle.
Thank you so much for this presentation, and thank you. I appreciate this. This is something that is definitely needed across the board. As my colleagues have already mentioned, I would love to take this and be a part, and for the council, for us to all do it in unity, to help with cohesiveness and just working together and getting an opportunity to learn more about the dynamics. But I think this is really good. You did answer a lot of the questions as far as how are you going to initiate a schedule for various departments, because everyone has a lot of tasks and responsibilities that they meet across the city. But I think this is great. Farewell, wonderful job, great job. With this full-day interactive, how long, I know you stated that you've already completed 3 trainings. How long is the full course for you to complete a full Raising the Standards?
So we start at 9 a.m. in the morning. The first training ended at about 4:30. The second training ended at about 3. The last training ended at about 2:30. So it really just depends on the interaction. Sometimes we have a lot of questions. Sometimes we use additional examples because it's 2-part. We have a customer service part, and then we have a professionalism and etiquette portion where we talk about how we show up at work, how we dress for work, how we present ourselves, how we interact via email, those types of things. So it just depends on the interaction for the day with the attendees.
So you're looking at three class times for the complete?
No, it's when we put out the schedule, it will be that class will be scheduled from 9 a.m. until 4:00 p.m. And so these 3 trainings, I want to make sure I'm answering your question correctly. These 3 trainings were kind of like pilot.
Okay.
And so we only did it once a month just to see how we would interact with the staff. So going forward, it will probably be weekly because we have a lot of employees that we have to cover. So it will be weekly, not one time, one day, and 9 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Okay. And are you going over any de-escalation techniques? I know we've taken trainings in my regular job as it relates to customer service, but when we talk about de-escalating, because sometimes people can push you and take you to the limit whether you're on the phone or in person. So are those some techniques that are incorporated in this training?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're
I appreciate
welcome.
it.
Thank you.
All right, and the chair now recognizes the next person in the queue, Councilwoman Gums, District 2.
Oh, that was a wonderful presentation and something that we've been waiting for quite some time. So thank you for leading this effort. I just have a few questions. One, is there going to be a secret shopping, or how are you all going to evaluate?
It wouldn't be a secret if I answered it.
Well, is that part of, I guess I want to know, what will be the evaluation to see or be able to measure the success of what you are implementing here in the city?
Well, if you recall, during the strategic planning initiative for our 2025-2029 new strategic plan, we presented a survey to our residents, and one of the sections talked about customer service. And while the responses weren't horrible, they weren't great. And so we're working to implement survey opportunities for our residents to provide us with those, their input. And then evaluation opportunities, performance evaluations. There are different measurements that we're working on to ensure that people are meeting the standard.
So are we looking at maybe a 60, 90-day plan, or how will, and even with the council, will you be able to let us know what recommendations may come out of anything that you all are doing, or ways that some of the departments can improve customer service wise? So I guess that's what I'm looking for, is the reporting of the success of the program.
Yes, there will be opportunities for us to sit and gather your input to find out from you. You all hear from our constituents as well. So that is also an opportunity for you to share with me, with us, how we can improve.
Okay, that concludes my questions, and thank you and good luck.
Thank you.
All right, the chair recognizes District 1 Councilwoman Dr. Rao.
Thank you for recognizing me. I think this is a great start. One of the things that I've noticed that I think there's a opportunity for improvement is just our onboarding process in general. I think that's really key, because how our employees deliver good customer service is having a good understanding of the city and how it operates beyond the basic etiquette of how to provide customer service. So is there any conversation between working with the HR department so we have a really strong onboarding process? Because I know previously I felt like we did have one and we've gotten away from that. And I think we got to kind of make sure we kind of tighten that up. So if you could speak to that all, that would be helpful.
Absolutely. We will be working with HR to ensure that we integrate this training into onboarding as well. So that may mean extending our onboarding time to ensure that the training is implemented during that time, once we get our new employees on board.
Thank you. And this is just a follow-up for the city manager. And while I recognize this may not fall under her purview, as we look at how we can make improvements in the HR department, I think that is so critical that they have a good understanding of how the city operates, other departments. So when they're answering questions, they really have good information about, you know, not sending people to the wrong door, the wrong person. So I'm looking forward to hearing how we fine tune and strengthen our onboarding process.
Is that it? Thank you. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian. This is your second time.
Thank you, Mayor. My question or ask is something similar to Councilmember Royal. And it may not be you guys, but I think, Madam City Manager, I know we've talked about this, and Madam City Manager have started to do some of these town halls to really educate our citizens. But we really need an established program of some sort, because lots and lots of citizens do not know how the city operates. And a lot of times we get blamed for things that we're not even responsible for. So I would love to see us, Madam City Manager, kind of, you know, establish some sort of program where, you know, we had the Citizen University thing, but only a few people, you know, take part in that one. But some sort of ongoing, even if it's to create some videos, know your city, you know, where we can push those out to the public. They go in newsletters and all this other stuff. But that is something that we need to pay attention to, because it does affect customer service. Because by the time sometimes people get to you guys, they're frustrated and they're blaming everybody, and it's not even your fault. And it doesn't matter how nice and sweet you are. They're still going to have a bad customer service experience. So if we can help to educate them, that will keep down some of this other stuff that goes on. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, any further questions? Yes, or comments? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Thank you for your presentation and all that you and your staff does. I I do agree that we do need to educate our residents on how to engage with government. We did have a very good citizen university program that predates this city manager, and we did have quite few. They were full, and they were often had once a year. I did recommend that we do have a role under our clerks, and I did recommend that the clerk hire someone because we did. Councilmember Gums and I led legislation to create a youth city council, and so we do have that in play, and we have researched how other cities fund a program, and they do fund it and also get sponsorships, but mostly they fund it, and it is housed under the clerk's office, the youth council. So I did recommend that the clerk consider hiring someone to be responsible for heading up the Citizen University and the youth council program. And I think that we do need to get back to that. Several municipalities have citizen universities, and it was very helpful in teaching residents on how to engage and how to independently report issues to the proper areas, but more importantly, how to initiate all complaints through the 3111 system so that it could be tracked. So they can track it, and we can track it as well. And so I do think, I know that we got a lot we got to do in the city, but that can't be more important than, I think that's one of the most important things, because we're going to constantly get blamed about things. We're going to constantly get mistreated, and a lot of it is not because it's out of ignorance, and I don't mean that in a derogatory way. I mean that if you look up the definition of ignorance, it's because people don't know. They don't know better, and when you know better, you do better. Thank you.
All right, thank you all for your questions and comments. Madam City Manager, you've heard a lot. We're going to come to you now. I'm going to add two more things to your list of things we'd like for you to respond to. Some of them are just, I'm really just emphasizing some things that we've already talked about. Thank you, Dr. Ralph, for talking about onboarding. In January 2026, when this next training is scheduled to happen, Madam City Manager, you are probably aware that we may have as many as 4 new council members. So in addition to the inauguration and the onboarding of council members, all of which we endeavor to get in before the first council meeting, which is scheduled for Tuesday, January 13th, just thinking about how we fold that into the council onboarding, and then echoing some of Councilwoman Willis's sentiments in the intervening months. We have 3 months before January 2026. Just so that we are all on one accord, I do believe that you have recommended, and I'll ask you to speak on this as well, when people are calling our offices and asking for things, that we send them through C-Click-Fix, either, on the phone, there's a web version, maybe we have to have our LSs enter it, because I know some seniors that are like, I'm not putting it in C-Click-Fix, I called you, right? So making sure that we all know how to do that on the computer or on the phone, so that we can keep citizens updated, if that's the best method of vetting, these complaints or queries that we may have. And so with that, if you'll just address everything that we've said in the next 8 minutes, that'd be great.
Okay. I'll do less than that. So we are tracking your request through C-Click-Fix. So if you email us, call us, send us smoke signal, text me, send a carrier pigeon, we're tracking it in C-Click-Fix. Some of you use C-Click-Fix really well, so thank you for that. And it's helpful for us because we do get to track it, and we do get to determine, follow up, make sure that we are completing the request. We put it in SeeClickFix, so if there's a picture of the dead deer being removed or the pothole, it's in the system, so there's a record of it. And SeeClickFix is also under Yoli's purview. Seisha, you get those emails from Seisha that she's delightful, where she says, we got your request and we're working on it, and then she emails you back or says it's in SeeClickFix. So in terms of onboarding, we have already been working on everything that could potentially go along with that. And so we're putting together kind of a list of things to do, if you will, should we have turnover, and so that we're prepared to be nimble and responsive in that eventuality or that potential. We will work with the city clerk, who has onboarded council people in the past, and so we will work closely with him during that process. So I think that answered your questions. Was there anything else?
I think there may have just been some more questions and comments from council about de-escalation, or just if there's anything else you want to add about what we've discussed today.
No, I'm just appreciative of Yoli and her team. Thank you for her support. You know, the people at the front desk work for her here and over at Frederick. They are the face, first person people see when they walk through the door. And her folks are the voice when people call. Encourage them to call our 4311 number. We will continue to evolve the customer satisfaction experience in our city. But thank you for your direction and your support.
Thank you. Thank you all. All right, we've reached the end of our agenda. You may, some of you may have noticed, if you're following online, at the request of many, many residents, we've returned to putting these estimated times on the agenda. We're right on track. We have a 5 p.m. zoning meeting, so we're going to take 5 WASP Republican minutes and be back here at 5 o'clock for our meeting. Mr. Clerk, I am correct that the next item is adjournment?
That's correct.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn. Second.
Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved 6-0. We are adjourned at 4:55 p.m.
Thank you. quorum of folks present. So I'm going to go ahead and call to order our 5 o'clock zoning meeting, trying to keep us on schedule. We got so much to discuss tonight. Mr. Clerk, would you please sound the roll?
This is the roll call for the 5 p.m. alcohol license zoning public hearing. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Present.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6, will be absent. The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7. And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please sound the first item.
First item on tonight's agenda is under Roman numeral 3, alcohol license rezoning, variance and modification cases. Withdrawal requested, case U25-011, an application by Shankavia Jones Wilson requesting a special use permit to extend an existing daycare's hours of operation to 24 hours in C1 in the Old National Overlay District at 5540 Old National Highway, Suite 10A. This is located in Council District 6.
Attorney and Director McClendon, did you have any comments?
Thank you, Reggie McClendon, Managing Director of the Business Friendly Community Development and Regulatory Affairs Department. This applicant is requesting a withdrawal. I believe they have decided to either close or move this to a different location.
All right. And with that, the chair will entertain a motion for withdrawal.
I motion to withdraw.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Ladies and gentlemen, these zoning hearings are legal proceedings, so it is my duty to make sure that we stay within the bounds because there are legal ramifications, so I'm going to be chairing this meeting a bit more tightly. And to that point, I want to make sure that everybody is in the queue so that all of these votes can be taken in the queue and available on the screens for those watching in the room and at home.
Currently, we only have one person signed in.
All right, it will give us 1 second to just make sure that everyone is signed in to the 5 o'clock meeting. That's the first thing that we need to do. And then if you will make sure you're signed in as a voting member, we will take the vote on this item on the screens. Give us 1 moment. Thank you.
Yeah, everyone is in the system. So Dr. Rowell is getting in now.
You do have to leave the 4 p.m. meeting, yes.
Going by yes. Okay. The motion to withdraw is approved, 6-0.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Roman numeral 4, rezoning variance modification cases for presentation and public hearing only. First case, letter A, case Z25-027. It's a public hearing, an application by P&C Custom Homes Incorporated requesting rezoning from AG1 to R4 to subdivide property into 3 lots to develop 3 homes at 2860 Butner Road. It's located in Council District 2. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is approval.
Director McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Staff's recommendation is denial, and Planning Commission recommendation is approval. Staff's recommendation is based on the proposed zoning district, which is R4, which is not one of the districts that is determined to be appropriate under the future land use. I believe the future land use would recommend R4A instead of R4.
I'm sorry, and just for the edification of the public, can you explain the difference between R4A and R4?
I'm going to call up our zoning administrator to explain that.
All right, so the major difference between R4 and R4A is with the development standards. So for R4, the minimum lot size is 9,000 square feet. For R4A, the minimum lot size is 12,000 square feet. The difference also comes in the heated floor area. So for R4, for a structure that's less than 2 stories, you need 1,000 feet square footage on the ground floor. For R4A, you need 1,200 square feet. So the development standards is where the difference for R4 and R4A comes from.
So R4A are larger homes on smaller lots. Or did I get that wrong?
No. So for R4A, you can do 1,200 square feet on the ground floor, but the minimum lot size is 12,000 square feet. So R4 typically is for smaller homes on the smaller lots, not R4A.
So R4A is a larger home on a larger lot?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, is the applicant present? And do we have any speakers for or against?
We do not have any speakers for or against. We do have a card from Mr. Jeffrey Daniels, who I assume is the applicant.
Yes. All right, sir, you can come forward. Please start by stating your name and address, and you will have 10 minutes. You may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for rebuttal to those speaking in opposition, and you don't have to use the entire 10 minutes if you don't need them. Your time starts now.
My address is 2507 Brittany Park Lane, Ellenwood, Georgia 30294. This project on Butler Road, like mentioned, we're PNC Custom Homes, and our plan is to develop one parcel into 3 parcels in which we intend to build high-scale neighborhood homes ranging from $650 to $650 price point range. At the last meeting, we were aware that on the current zoning or the RA zoning, we had to have 1,200 square foot on the bottom level. And so we are prepared to meet whatever recommendations that has been advised for the rezoning that we were offered.
Well, thank you so much, sir. And with that, there's no speakers in support or opposition. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to council for their questions and comments, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Gomes.
Hi,
Yes.
do you have any renderings that you are able to show? Because I'm not familiar with this project.
Yes, I have some renderings here. I have some elevations of some plans that I can share with you.
Yeah, because it's not, I don't see that in the.
Take that to right here.
There's the renderings, okay, I see them. Are you able to pull them up on the screen? Are you able?
No, not that.
And you've gone, like I said, I apologize that I am not familiar
Okay.
with this. So you all are asking to, and what is the square footage on the homes that you all are
The square footage is gonna be at least 3,500 square feet, a minimum 3,500 square feet.
Minimum of 3,500 square feet.
Yes.
And our zoning administrator, I have a question. So just for clarification, it's kind of tall, isn't it? Just for clarification, so the reason for the current staff denial is because of the zoning that's saying R4 to where it is currently suburban 1?
Correct.
And he wants to go to suburban 2?
Correct.
The reverse. Okay. And I see that the planning commission approved it. I know that is on the other side of Butner Road, so like you're heading towards Atlanta.
Yes.
And I do think there needs some type of development over there, especially for what is coming, but I definitely need to probably take a look at this. So the 3 lots, I'm trying to picture, is that the one where the mailbox is down? Do you know?
Not off the top of my head, no.
You probably know. Is that the one where the mailbox is right before you get to Tail Road?
No, that's not. No.
Because I was about to tell you, make sure you fix that mailbox.
Throw that in the deal, huh? No, it's a subdivision right across the street. They're kind of older homes in the area, so, but it's right on the main road there.
I know what you're talking about now.
Yeah, it's right at that entrance going into the subdivision right there.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, those are my questions for right now. I may have some a little later on that you and I will probably talk about later. Thank you.
All right, the chair recognizes District 1 Councilwoman Dr. Rowe.
Thank you. So again, the nuance is the difference between the R4 and the R4A. A R4 would have resulted in a staff approval based on the suburban 1 category. I guess my question, and it's still 3 houses, is the lot size such that you can't, that it can't be developed for R4? I guess that's a question for the developer.
Yes.
So you don't have enough land to do it? Is that what's going on?
No, we haven't, I mean, the way we've presented it in our original presentation, there's enough land to separate into three different parcels.
So if that's the case,
Do you have the revised site plan that we put in the initial application?
so it's revised now and it would be a R4?
Correct.
Okay. That was my only thing, since it was just 3 houses. I didn't understand why we couldn't
Yeah.
make it compatible with our future land use map.
So the current denial is
I don't know
R4A.
if you wanna-
Right, so if they can fix that, and if they submit it, that would deal with my heartburn. Thank you. Sure, I yield to Councilwoman Gunn.
I'm sorry, we don't, that's one of our parliamentary things, but we'll come back to you, Councilwoman Gomes. I got you back in the queue. The chair recognizes District 3 Councilwoman Helen Willis.
Thank you. What's so interesting about this, are all of these ranch style, is it ranch on the basement, or are they just all ranch?
No, we're probably gonna have 1 ranch. That's another floor plan there that we're gonna build, and sorry about that. That's another floor plan there, and that's the lots cut up based on where it is currently. So we're gonna have 1 ranch there. The other 2 lots are gonna be 2 stories. Based on that, we may change the elevation on that plan there that I just gave to you, but that's gonna be the size of the home.
So my question is, why weren't these plans submitted and uploaded in the portal so that we would have this in advance? Like what he has? Did they not turn these over to?
Yeah, we submitted it.
Okay, so that, it would be helpful if we can make sure we have all the information. I'm not blaming anybody, I'm just saying, so that we can make so that we can have,
Yeah,
so we can make sound decisions and have all the information. The plans are beautiful. And what's interesting about it is that, what you are attempting to build is a lot of times what we don't have the space to, most of the time we're trying to reduce lots and people are asking for, these type homes and the R4 and R3, which we really don't have anymore because, homes are being built more compact. So, whatever my colleague, decides, but I just would say that it would be helpful if we can just make sure we have all the information. I'm not blaming anyone, but the home, if that's what you're building, they look very nice. Thank you.
Okay, may I ask what additional information you may need, other than the plans and the site plan?
Refer to my colleague
Okay.
and the planning division, but we didn't see those renderings in what we have uploaded. Did you turn those over to the planning department?
I turned in the site plan. I didn't.
But you didn't
in
turn
the
it over the
actual
renderings?
Renderings, no, that wasn't requested in the initial application. But I've always had that, so we've got the full set of drawings here. If you need to see the full plans, I have that here.
So the applications only request site plans. Oh, they don't request renderings and site plans. Some of us are more visual than others.
Thank you. No, we don't request renderings. We typically don't make our decisions based off of those types of items. Most renderings look very good on paper in 2D. And so we tend to rely more so on the
Site plan.
on the site plans than the renderings.
And I will say that I understand you all not doing that, but for me, I'm not a city planner, and site plans I need both for me, because I'm not a planner. That's not what I went to school to do. So I trust your expertise and your opinion, but I'm also a visual learner. And so I do need to see both. I need to see site plans and I need to see renderings. So we need to update our policies, Mrs. Davis, so that we can get both, because it's helpful to me to look at the site plan and the rendering for me, because I didn't go to school to be an urban planner. So that is helpful for me so I can make sound decisions. And I find myself oftentimes in a lot of zoning cases, I see the site plan, but I end up having to ask for the rendering as well. Thank you.
Right. Before I return to Councilman Gums for our second time, I do want to just ask a few clarifying questions that you may want to address as well. The first is for our business-friendly community development regulatory affairs department. What was, I see here, the item is that they're requesting a rezoning from AG1 to R4. Why were we even having a conversation about R4A?
So if we look at the staff report, which I'm not exactly sure what you all have in front of you, but the character area for the future land use is Suburban 1. Suburban 1 has a group of zoning designations under it, which are recommended, and R4A is one of the recommended zoning districts, whereas R4 is not. So that's where the conversation about R4A came in.
So in order to rezone it to R4A, we would also, or should also, make a update to our future land use map to rezone that from, if we don't, help me understand how this comports with our future land use map. What change would we have to or not have to make? Which way do we approve it to not make a change? And which way would we approve it to make a change?
It can certainly just be approved.
Currently, just the way it is now,
It can be.
with the R4A, but the developer is
No,
requesting
they didn't
R4.
request R4A, they requested R4.
Yeah, R4, they want to rezone from AG.
So they would like to zone it in a way that we would have to adjust the future land use from suburban 1 to suburban 2.
We wouldn't have to, but that's just how we make our decisions as a department.
Got you. All right. And then my other follow-up question is, do these lots back up to the Aerotropolis Nature Park? It's only 3 homes, but I know that the Aerotropolis Nature Preserve is right there on Butner Road. No, it doesn't. All right, thank you. All right, I've heard from our councilman, it doesn't. The chair now turns to the District 2 representative, Councilwoman Gomes.
Okay, how do we make this work? What is it again that they need? Because I keep hearing 2 different things. So right now, it is from the FLUME, right, the future land use map. It is zoned R4A, is that what you said?
No, the current zoning is AG1.
AG1.
They want to
And the developer wants to R4.
Correct.
But our land use map is saying
So I think the
R4A.
issue is, per the staff report, the issue of density. So for suburban 1, you can only have up to 3 units per acre, and with the proposed development, it will put it in the category of suburban 2. So that's when the R4A discussion came in, because R4A is allowed under suburban 2, but R4 is not allowed under suburban 1.
Okay, and we've explained this to the developer, and he still wants to do R4A.
That's correct.
It's not. He wants to do R4,
Correct.
but when he answered the question, it was R4. What will make it work? Is what I'm trying to get to today.
Whichever option we could approve today, I just would hate to go through this all over again. So we're flexible with however option we can approve today.
Okay,
And
well,
then we will adjust accordingly.
all right, well, there is a little bit of unreadiness, so what I can suggest is that, we look at the R4A, but we'll talk about that a little bit later.
Okay.
Okay, but thank you for your time
Okay,
today.
thank you.
All right, thank you. And just as a point of information, we cannot approve anything today. It will be on the October 28th meeting. So everything that we're hearing in this hour will be voted on in the 7 p.m. hour of the following council meeting on October the 28th. So be aware of that. We have some time to work all the things out. I know that this was a little bit of an esoteric conversation for some of you, but it will make sense in just a bit because we're going to be talking about our future land use map. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter B, case Z25-030, it's a public hearing. An application by Harold Buckley Jr. requesting rezoning from AG1 to M1 to construct a warehouse distribution facility on 4.88 acres at 0 Campbell Drive. It's located in Council District 3. Staff and Planning Commission recommend approval.
CDRA.
All right, KZ 25-030, the address is 0 Campbellton Drive. The applicant is requesting a rezoning from AG1, which is our agriculture district, to M1, which is our light industrial district, to develop a 186,000 square foot warehouse as part of a warehouse distribution center. We should note that this property is surrounded by the city of East Point. The main development is in the city of East Point. This is just a parcel that abuts the current development. It just so happens that it is in the city of South Fulton. So the applicant is going to rezone the current property from agriculture to M1 to support the existing facility that's located in the city of East Point. Staff is recommending approval. Question?
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, it looks like the applicant is present. Do we have any other speakers for or against?
Yes, we have 2 speakers in support and 2 in opposition. In support is Tyrell McCray and Santori Phillips.
They're not for this particular item.
Oh, 30, we're on 30, I'm sorry. Yeah, tried the wrong one. So for this one, it's Steve Rothman, who's the attorney, and Daniel Hanson, who I assume is with your firm?
That's right.
Okay, we don't have anyone in opposition.
All right, I think you know how this goes. Please state your name and your address. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. My name is Steve Rothman, 2849 Paces Ferry Road, Atlanta, Georgia. I'm joined by Daniel Hannison, who's the property owner and the developer, and he's in back there available to answer any questions. The first thing I want to say, I don't get to say this much, we're consistent with the flume. So it's zoned AG1, but it's industrial on the future land use map. And what I'd like to do is orient you so that you can see the issue with East Point and the relationship of this property to East Point. This road up here is North Commerce Drive. The parcel has the yellow band. The red here is the portion of the city of South Fulton that is here. So the rest of the property in yellow is in East Point. And that property is zoned industrial. And there's already a warehouse here. The only way to get to this property by car or walking is from North Commerce Drive and to come past this warehouse. And that's because Campbell Road has a barrier at the end of it further south. So when we put our sign up, we couldn't face Campbell Road. So we got a waiver to put the sign down here because that was the closest point. East Point has approved zoning, including with coordination from the city and the representatives from the city, of a buffer on the East Point property to protect the citizens of South Fulton. When this was done, there was cooperation between the two governments to have the buffers here. The building that we propose on our site plan is within this box. It's farther away from any adjoining property than the existing building. We've worked with the community, had the public participation plan, and I think I'll end there and just take questions, but this isn't like a warehouse in the middle of a neighborhood or an area that's agricultural. It's in the Camp Creek Business Center. That's the only way to get to it. No trucks will come through any City of South Fulton road because the only way to get there is North Commerce, which takes you to Washington Road, straight to 285. So we hope that this is an easy ask, but we're here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
All right. Any other speakers in support, or we're going to hold those for questions? All right. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and go to council for questions and comments, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you. Mr. Rothman, can you please, where are the conditions? There was a poster with the conditions. Did y'all bring those? So, colleagues, this is a zoning that they are bringing back a year later. It really makes no sense that we're in this position. To put you in mind, if you go down Washington Road, drive down Washington Road, you make that left on Commerce. That when you make that left on Commerce, that parking lot, that is basically how you can get to this parcel. These conditions, if you hold up there, like 9 of them, I've worked with East Point city officials last year to put them in place. One of the conditions is that the access area off of Campbell Road can never be, you can't remove those you can't remove the brick barriers, concrete barriers, unless there is an emergency or construction has to happen to go through that area. The developer is also talking about trying to beautify that area, putting some type of tree, shrubbery in front of those brick barriers to kind of beautify the area a little bit, since we are going to renovate the housing, the Main Street housing. It is over 100 50-foot buffer, am I correct, from any residential community?
That's correct.
Yeah, so it's like 9 conditions that East Point agreed to. This is one of the municipalities that I work with in Harmony when it comes to development that impacts my residents and also their residents. And so I just don't want people saying that we approved the warehouse. If you can hold up that poster again, the other one
No.
with the red square. The future land use for that red square is what, suburban or?
Yeah, industrial.
Right, well, it's industrial. So, no, well, you can look at it that way, either way.
This is north going that way.
Right.
So like the Camp Creek Marketplace is further north, and then this
Right.
is the business
He has it
park
right.
is further north.
Everything around it is East Point. This is one of the parcels, this is one of the jagged borders that we just got caught up in. So that's why we had public participation meeting. We had about 50 people there. They really didn't put up a fight about this because it really doesn't make sense to continue to hold East Point hostage from doing their development. And that building right there, the white one, actually that's what Grady is going to, that's going to be a supply and pharmacy warehouse for Grady. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Willis. The chair recognizes District 4 Councilman Sebastian. All right. All right, there is no one else in the queue? I do, if you could hold that map up, I do just want to ask one. I just want to just make sure that I'm clear about something that you said. The red box in the bottom right is, right there is where the warehouse is going. So that upper, that one above that, that land won't be disturbed at all.
That's correct.
All right.
And the reason for that, it's a very steep hill. There's a easement that goes here, so there's lots of reasons it won't be disturbed.
Thank you, that's awesome. I'm sure our neighbors at the gardens at Camp Creek, that little apartment complex has us, I'm sure they'll appreciate that as well. All right, seeing and hearing no further questions, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Thank you.
That brings us to item letter C, case C 25-025. This is a public hearing. Application by Diamond Distributors requesting a rezoning from C1 in the Old National Overlay to C1 to remove current conditions to develop a multi-sport recreation complex at 2370 Birdhead Road. It's located in Council District 6. Staff recommendation is denial. Planning Commission recommendation is approval, conditional.
Thank you. And Attorney McClendon, before you begin, Director Attorney McClendon, just to confirm, we're not rezoning, we're just removing the conditions off of the current zoning.
That's technically a rezoning.
Thank you, go ahead.
All right, so by way of explanation, in the vein of what you just asked, this is a case where we are asking to rezone to the same zoning district to remove conditions. The original zoning took place in 1999. The explanation for it is that there was some type of a flower shop, I think, or a plant store that was on Old National. They owned, the people who owned that property had quite a large lot. They used the back of their lot. They came in and got the back part of their lot rezoned, I believe, from AG1 to C1 in order for all of the zoning on their property to be consistent. But there were some specific conditions that were placed on that property that would ensure that that property would only be used for the storage of those plant materials. And so we've included quite a bit of additional information in this staff report, more so than we normally would. And One thing that we included was the minutes from the Fulton County Commission from back in 1999, where they spoke about the reason why they imposed those particular conditions was so that if anyone were to want to do something different on the property in the future, they would have to come back in and get a rezoning. And so that's a bit of an interesting read for you. I think there's a gentleman in there who commented named Michael Venable. So just so you know, these things don't go away, they come back. So now we are back, and these property owners are asking for a rezoning in order to do a recreational complex on that property. The staff's recommendation is denial. Planning Commission's recommendation is approval. Staff's recommendation is based on some technical aspects on this property, namely the parking requirements. Our zoning code requires a certain amount of parking for a building, and that parking is based on square footage. And so what the parking that has been proposed for this project does not meet the requirements of our zoning code, so that really is the basis of our denial. I believe that the applicants are going to have some discussion about that. I will add that there are a couple of different site plans. We've provided all of them for you in the staff reports, and I'm also about to provide you some additional information that we received recently from the applicants with some renderings of how these buildings will look, or how this building will look on the inside.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having us.
I'm sorry, please hold. He has to open the public hearing first.
Open the public hearing on this. We have the speaker, we have the applicant here. Mr. Clerk, do you have any speakers for or against?
Yes, sir. I have two speakers that signed cards in support, which is Tyrell McCray and Satori Phillips, who I believe are the applicants. And then we have two speakers in opposition.
All right. Welcome to the meeting. Welcome to the hearing. I'm going to ask you to start by stating your name and address. There's 10 minutes for everyone in support, so you may want to reserve some of the balance of your time, not only for the speakers coming behind you, but you want to be mindful that some of the balance of that time you may want to have for rebuttal after you've heard the speakers in opposition. All right, your time starts now.
Good afternoon. My name is Shatori Phillips at 2370 Burdett Road for the Star Sports Complex, and with me is the owner, Tyrell McCray. This sports complex is a multi-purpose complex that will house basketball, cheerleading, wrestling, pickleball, dance, practices and competitions, as well as after-school programs, summer programs, and senior programs. So we've already spoke to a lot of the leaders in the community, and it seems like everybody's on board for us having this type of facility. The biggest challenge is our parking. We understand that the city ordinance causes for us to have 453 parking spaces. We only have room for 194 parking spaces with the islands and the landscaping strips that's required. We initially didn't understand why we needed that much parking spaces, only because we won't have that much day-to-day activities with kids being dropped off and picked up. It's not really a sports arena. It's more just of a recreational center. But we understand it's based off the square footage of the building, which is 98,000 square feet. We've been, asked why do we need that size facility. The facility has already been built in an off-site location. It's still unfinished, but it's like framed, so we just still have to finish the exterior and the interior once it gets on the location. So we've decided, we had 9 courts. It was 6 recreational size courts that's used for multi-purpose, and they'll be interchangeable. And we had 3 NBA courts. we've asked and we spoke with planning since our last meeting and discussed maybe taking off half of the building. The side on the right that has the 3 NBA courts, we want to use that as just a storage facility, keep it unfinished. We won't finish out the bathrooms or anything on that side of it, and we could just use it as storage. The 6 recreational courts that's interchangeable, they won't have fixed seating, so we'll be able to keep all the equipment in the larger storage area. When we spoke with the planning with that will reduce our parking from 453 to 250 parking spaces. So we understand we still have a small deficit. We initially had a contract with World Changers that they were going to give us 1,000 parking spaces. We understand that's 300 feet away, and that's outside of the approval. We also have approval from the next door neighbor, Mr. Thweet. He has a ghost kitchen that he won't need the parking for. He stated that we can build out his whole land to make a parking space, and it butts up right next to ours, so they can, they'll be able to connect. And so that will give us about 50 parking spaces, including the islands and the landscaping strips that's required. And then right to the right of our building is a doctor's office. That parking lot is typically always empty. And so we're getting an approval. We're getting a letter signed now from that owner to give us the additional couple of parking spaces that's missing. And that's it.
There are more speakers in support. You go ahead and stop that clock. Go ahead. Were there more speakers in support, Mr. Clerk?
Oh, excuse me.
Okay. All right. You have 6 minutes and 51 seconds. You did a great job, a very efficient use of your time. Would you call up the speakers in opposition?
Speakers in opposition are Alvin Reynolds and Michael Venable.
Hello, I'm Alvin Reynolds, 585 Kings Place, Riverdale, Georgia, 30296. And, you know, this facility here, I'm very interested and was interested in the parking, as staff had stated. I know that the youth in my community will possibly be using this facility, so I was very wanting to hear a little bit more about how they were going to address the parking. I know there was something that they did state about World Changes, and they was going to have shuttle buses and things like that. I guess now what I'm hearing that's not going to happen. But the adjoining properties next to it may work into their favor. So let me just say, not totally in opposition. I was just very concerned about kids crossing streets and things of that nature, trying to get in and out of that facility. I do think that that's something that we need in the area, and hopefully that we can address these parking concerns so that we can make this happen. Thank you.
Michael Venable, 5720 Monteley Circle. And back when I heard this case in 1999, I was only 27, so y'all get that straight. People talked about Fulton County, not in the best light, but they understood what it meant to have a decent community. When I brought that issue up, we did all of our zoning. They were specific to what it was, so that if something changed, you would have to come back. Didn't have any fight whatsoever. Everybody just nodded their head. But back to this case. My concern also was the parking. Now, it's new information and all of this is new for us. My issue was that if this was approved, there should have been a formal contract with World Changers before the building set up that yes, for our events, at least for the next 3 to 5 years, we're going to have a contract to do parking. There should have been a verified contractor MOU for the police to come back and patrol big events so that when those happen, people crossing Old National would not be in trouble. and also a full MOU and contract with a transport company, a van company, or whatever to make this work. My thing is, issue wasn't, well, I'm going to cut it back and not do the courts and that sort of thing. This community went through this when the Dome Church came back into community. People were parked everywhere, people's lots, every little shopping center, every street on the side. We had more trouble with that than anything that's happened on this corridor. I know what that is. We need to guarantee and make sure that that doesn't exist under any circumstance in this proposition for this proposal. So that's what I'm saying, that we're not against the rezoning or the system or the sports arena, but full and verified MOUs with transport, outside parking, and with the police to make sure that this is kept in place, and that the police need to make sure gypsy parking, that will not exist, that it is a ticket and tow automatically. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Again, dear applicants, you can approach the mic. You have 6 minutes and 51 seconds to address any of the concerns or questions you have heard raised today. And as you approach for the edification, we will not be voting on this today. Again, we'll be voting October the 28th or later. That's the soonest, though, that we could vote. Go ahead, sir.
Tyrell McCray, 2370 Burdette, Star Sports Complex. Just to address some of the issues that I just heard, we do have a signed contract with World Changers. They it should be in the, I'm not sure if it, I think we submitted it, correct? We did submit it, so you should have it. I do understand, I wasn't there, I guess, with the Dome Church. We also sent in dates where we were, believed that we would have more parking where we need to use the church parking lot. We also talked to City of South Fulton, the police department, and MOUs is great, contracts is great, but first we had to get it approved. There's no need to have contracts and we get denied. So we did reach out to the World Changers. We have that contract. I want to kind of back up a little bit because I think everybody looking at this as an arena, and it's not an arena. It's not something big, like the where the Skyhawks play, the Gateway Arena. My vision for this, it was a small recreational center. I'm the CEO of a girls program, basketball program, and we have girls basketball, girls volleyball, and as all you ladies and gentlemen know, gym space is hard to come by. It's really, really hard to come by. And my vision was, I wanted to build something to where the kids can have a place to practice. And I also worked for the City of Atlanta for 20 years, running William Walker's Recreational Center as the director over there. So I know that that we have, I think, 88 spots over there. As big as that, it's 33 acres. And it's never packed unless we have a homecoming game or something like that. When kids come into practice, they drop them off, they practice, and the next group come in. So, I was looking at 194 spots, saying, I was hoping that was enough. And of course, I know they have their, the letters they have to go by, but I just want everybody to understand that this is a recreational center for the kids and for the community. It's not going to be where there's a whole bunch of cars. Everybody keep talking about kids crossing over Old National. That's not going to happen. Why would they cross over Old National? There's no reason for kids to cross over Old National, ever. Because we have 194 spots there, and parents can come in there and drop kids off. So why would kids be, crossing over an Old National? And I understand that's a problem, and that would be an issue, but there's no need for that. So as far as MOUs, with the city, the police officers, and we are planning, like Mr. I guess Michael said is that we will have shuttle buses. If, in the event that we do have a large event, we will shuttle some, the patrons from that parking lot that World Changers allowed us to use over to our facility. But we have the dates there to where we think the days are where we may use it, but on a day-to-day basis, we won't need it.
All right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close this public hearing and open it up to council questions and comments, beginning, as is always our practice, with the district representative. District 5 Councilwoman, District 6, I'm sorry. It's right there on that line. Burdette is actually one of the borders between District 5 and District 6. Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. And it is good to see you again. I know that it has been several months since we talked about this project, and I'm certainly glad to see that we have made it this far and that is finally before the council. And as I expressed in those conversations, activities for the kids is certainly paramount throughout the city, but particularly all along the Old National Corridor. And I, some of the, as we talked, some of the concerns that I have around adequate activities for the kids to do, because while we have an award-winning Parks and Rec program that is, winning awards on a monthly basis, they can only service so many kids at one time. And we have several schools from elementary and middle, but particularly elementary, where we need something for the kids to do besides roam through Walmart riding the electric carts around playing ball in the middle of the aisles. I wish I were joking. And so, certainly any forward movement would want to see, if not an MOU, because I certainly understand in my line of work that MOUs don't get executed until after a project has been awarded, but certainly would want to see letters of commitment from the surrounding businesses. Of course, I know the Tweets Originals certainly would want to see at least letters of commitment to solidify their commitment to let you use their property, just because we want to make sure we have things documented for the record. But outside of that, I certainly look forward to getting this over the finish line, because summer's coming. And I'm gonna have kids playing ball in the middle of Walmart because they don't have nothing else to do. I yield.
All right, the chair recognizes District 1 Councilwoman Rowell.
First of all, thank you, Councilwoman Brown. I think you touched on the very thing that I wanted to hear, that the parking issue. So I think the letters of commitment, even if they're not executed, that would address my concern. And thank you for looking at bringing recreation to the city.
All right. The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you for acknowledging me. So thank you so much for this presentation. I do want to put something in its proper context as someone who is a member of World Changers. Although the dome was erected probably almost 30 years ago, it's 30 years later. Things are different. After COVID, a lot of the membership has not returned to live services. So we had a meeting with Jeremy Dollar, a tour with the planning department just a few weeks ago, where he explained that where you had 3 services probably 30 years ago, 20-something years ago, now you have 1. And back then, there were 10,000 people that would be in the dome and even overflowing into the chapel, and now you have about 5,000. So things have changed. I attend this church. That parking lot, which feeds into Pleasant Hill Road, it is never packed. You have parking at the Dome, and then that is a parking lot that was overflowed, and they have, shuttles and stuff like that. So all of that to say is, I do not believe that the activity that took place in the 90s and beginning 2000s, it is not happening today. That parking lot is not overflowing like it used to be back then, and those type of activities really were only on Sundays and Wednesdays for Bible studies. That kind of activity just doesn't happen anymore. So I think as things are changing and as we recognize the need for positive activities for our young children, a lot of misguided youth that need to have positive things to do, that this type of facility is essential for Old National. So I just wanted to put it in context so that we can come up to real time and understand today what the condition of Old National is with respect to the traffic flow and, what's really going on related to that parking. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Pritchard, for that historical context. First, I just want to bring attention to the spelling of Burdette Road. It's spelled many different ways in many different places, but the official spelling is without the E. So just make sure that everybody knows that. Second, because we're talking about, you said 200 parking spaces?
Yes, on the plans, we have 194.
194,
Yes.
right. So we're talking about a significant number of parking spaces for a sports complex that is on Old National. Has there been any conversation with GDOT about a deceleration lane for people to be able, there is a light right there at Burdette, so would people be able to turn on Burdette and then into the parking lot?
Yes.
Brilliant. All right. This is also next to, if I'm correct, this is on the opposite side of Old National from World Changers. So this lot is adjacent to portions of Old National Park for which we have not developed.
Correct.
Correct.
It's right next to it.
Right next to it. And then, sir, you said you're from Atlanta?
No, I'm not from Atlanta.
Oh, but you've been here for a while.
I've been here for a while, yes.
Yes. Yeah, I was born and raised in Atlanta, where the T is silent. And I'm just a few years younger than Mr. Venable. I was actually in college in 1999. And so I also remember when the Dome was built in 94. But being from Old Atlanta, when I hear about this complex, it puts me in the mind of Run and Shoot. For those of y'all who might remember Run and Shoot, I think it might be a little different than that off of Metropolitan, which back then we used to call Stewart Ave. But it was, lots of young people were there. So I have questions about, in terms, and I do see our public safety director, Mr. Alexander, is here. When we have that many young people at a place doing sporting, we do like to have an officer there. So just some questions about, like, have you engaged our public safety around security, your public safety planning, both for, police and their safety, fire, EMS for their entrance and egress if there are any sort of incidents. Also, a question around your billing structure, because this will be a for-profit, I take it, enterprise. So all of our young people won't just automatically have access to that, and the hours that you are thinking about being open, because I do know at complexes like this, sometimes there are public safety events, and just what your thoughts are around public safety planning.
I believe we did reach out to a few people, and we put together a public safety packet, kind of, some things that we was gonna do as far as the safety. We will have security, on property, just because you need it, you know. We did reach out, like I said, to South Fulton, the police department, so when we do have, you know, big events or things like that, they will be there. As far as hours, you know, normal recreational hours, you know, regular days, maybe 9 to 8, you know, summertime when we do like summer camps, things like that, 7 in the morning to 8. We're not going to be overnight, you know, run and shoot type of situation. It's really just, you know, for the kids, for the seniors in the neighborhood, because I also work with.
No midnight basketball?
No, we're not we're not gonna do the midnight basketball. Yeah, and you know, we want to work closely with Burdette. You know, I spoke with Tenard. You know, like I said, I spoke with World Changers. They don't have a gym anymore, so I know their youth pastor said some of their attendance went down with their youth. So we agreed to let them use our facility to have their church league out of Star Sports Complex.
Thank you so much for that. As I've said, we will be voting on this October 28th, and in the intervening days and weeks, I'm sure that you will be meeting with various staff people and public safety folks. So thank you so much for bringing this to our community. There's no one else in the queue, is that correct, Mr. Clerk? Okay, there is someone else in the queue. All right, the chair recognizes, let me refresh my queue. All right, the chair recognizes whoever's next. I don't see anyone else in my queue, Mr. Clerk.
I just want to tell you, sir, thank you for bringing this to the city of South Fulton. I know it will not only serve the students or residents and children in the Old National area, but throughout Metro Atlanta. When people talk about run and shoot, it was not a negative thing. It did not have to have a whole armor of police and law enforcement there. As a matter of fact, I hated when it closed. It was a place that kept our youth occupied, and it was in Atlanta, but it served the Metro Atlanta area. It was very popular. The security plan, the fee structure, all of that has nothing to do with zoning. And I'm sure you know what it takes to operate your facility and keep it safe. But I hope you do entertain having midnight basketball and run and shoot. They did have a program where the facility was open at sometimes 24/7. We do have a midnight basketball program, but it does not. It's not ongoing, and it's not ongoing, and if we don't even have the staff to make it ongoing. Like if you were to go to our facility tonight, it is closed at 8:00. So I would say that, you know, anything that you can do to implement midnight basketball, I don't look at it as a competition. I look at it as a compliment to what we need in the community to keep our kids off the street and keep our kids' minds occupied. And so thank you for bringing this to the city of South Fulton. And I look forward to this facility being available not only to the city of South Fulton, but Metro Atlanta, as Run and Shoot did. It was not a facility that it was not dangerous. It did not have to have a whole armor of police officers, and it did have midnight basketball, and sometimes it stayed open 24/7. And so please don't be discouraged to consider those type of options. Thank you.
All right, seeing and hearing no one else, we are right on schedule as outlined here in our agenda. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to Roman numeral 5, comprehensive plan, future land use map and zoning ordinance public hearings. Under letter A, we have the first public hearing for the comprehensive plan update, future land use map. Will be presented by Ms. Deanna Murphy with the Sizemore Group. And I guess Mr. McClendon is going to tee this up.
Yeah, just quickly, we're going to bring up Ms. Murphy with the Sizemore Group to present our public hearing for our comprehensive plan. This is a requirement. We had one at the beginning of this process. We also had a public hearing before the Planning Commission last month. They did recommend approval of this item. And this is another legal requirement that we have to do before we send this plan to the ARC and the DCA for their review. And so one item that I believe we missed is that we will need to have a vote on to get council's permission to actually send this plan in for review. So I'll have a conversation with the clerk to see if we can get that walked on at the 7 o'clock meeting. But with no further ado, we're going to bring up Ms. Deanna Murphy with the Sizemore Group.
Well, I was going to say, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Dowling, the Sizemore Group brought a new presentation this evening, which I emailed to you. It looks like this one that is on the screen is the old one. So you can pull that one up, or I can pull it up here. Just let me know.
All right, and as you all work that out, before we bring the Sizemore Group, I do just want to make a few scheduling updates. This will be the first of 2 hearings. We are aware that many residents may have not been aware that we were doing this hearing today, so we are going to do this again on November 12th, and we are going to try and have that vote on December 9th. So that is the schedule that is being proposed. I did instruct the clerk to do public notice for a second hearing on November the 12th. And if we hold the vote on December the 9th, that will give residents 60 more days, if it is the will of the council and the purview of the city manager, to extend the comment period. The public comment period on this was supposed to end today. I think you're going to discuss, the amount of comments that we've had heretofore, and that we may want to extend that public comment period so that more people have time to give their feedback on these maps. And with that, are you all ready you all have the correct presentation up? All right, we're all good to go. I turn the floor over to the Sizemore Group.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you so much for having us here tonight. I'm Deanna Murphy, representing the Sizemore Group tonight. So I'll go over our project team. We were led by Ms. Carmen Davis and Reggie, as well as Matthew, your incredible leadership team and planning team, really helping guide us through this whole process. Sizemore Group acted as the main planning firm and project management, and then we worked closely with Kimley Horn. They helped oversee transportation and market analysis, and then last but not least, Sycamore Consulting, who oversaw our community outreach and engagement. So tonight, what I'd like to do is go over a brief overview of our process and what we were looking to achieve, our community outreach summary, and then what we are proposing in the current comprehensive plan. This is the overall schedule. We started this process back in January of this year. We are at that green line there in October. We're at the point where we have a full draft comprehensive plan that has been presented back to the community. We are looking to move this forward to present to Atlanta Regional Commission and the Department of Community Affairs. They take up to 30 days to review the document. They also share it with neighboring jurisdictions for comment. During that time, we can take small and minor edits to the overall plan. And then we would come back to you all after they give their approval and ask for a final resolution to adopt the plan. At that point, we provide that to DCA, and that makes the city being able to be eligible for continuation of funding from DCA. So that's CBDG funds, which I know there's some federal debacle with that, but there's other funding, water and sewer funds as well. So there's opportunities to still gain funding from the state with this. As a reminder of what a comprehensive plan is, this is your guiding document for the city, looking out 20 years, but it's really a guide for the next 5 years, specifically for your departments and for the city to identify projects and efforts to focus on. As I mentioned, this is linked to state funding. You can see some of the funding opportunities there. And this really is an opportunity to take all the efforts that have been done over the past 5 years and update those and consolidate those into one active plan. These are the elements that DCA requires as part of the comp plan. We've highlighted here community work program because that's one of the most important elements that comes out of this project. It is a 5-year work program for each department and gives you really that path forward to achieve the goals that we have laid out in the comp plan. Our final deliverables, in addition to that work program, include an updated vision, goals. We look at a report of accomplishments, so that's everything that was reported as accomplished from the previous comprehensive plan. And then very importantly, the future land use map. As mentioned, this really is a combination of previous studies and not starting from scratch. So we did look at all the efforts that were done before, studied those, took into account engagement and results from those. So our community engagement kicked off with a series of stakeholder roundtables. We had 5 different roundtables with different interest groups. We had a steering committee that we met with 3 times throughout the process. And then we had 7 community meetings total. And those were set in 3 different phases. 2 at the beginning to kick the project off. We had 3 meetings in a series in the middle of the process to go over some of our recommendations on future land use and the community work program. And then we had open houses at the end of the process to showcase all of recommendations and get feedback. These 7 meetings allowed us to meet in every district, allowing for all constituents to have an opportunity to be a part of the plan. We also recognize that not everyone comes to a set plan. You might have kids and you might not be able to get a sitter for that night. So we do what we call pop-up events, and we did 3 of those throughout the community. We went to Chock-a-Block in April. We went to the field day for staff in May, and then we went to the Juneteenth event in June. So we were able to reach, hundreds of people through those efforts, in addition to those who were able to come out to meetings and engage in some of our online materials as well. And so you can see there we had a project website, there were interactive maps and surveys throughout the process. So what we heard from the community really was about high-quality mixed-use development, more retail opportunities, more restaurant opportunities, a desire for improved transportation connectivity, whether that be walking and biking, transit, or alleviation of some traffic in the community. There was a lot of interest in the wonderful work your Parks and Rec department is doing and providing more of that and better access to that. There was overall opposition to expansion of warehouse and industrial, wanting to keep that in the current zones that it is in. A preservation of your rural, natural, agricultural character, something that really makes up the identity of South Fulton, and so a strong desire to keep that. An opportunity to support the strategic housing growth in the area, a lot of interest in aging in place, missing middle housing, opportunities to really support a variety of incomes in our community. A desire for healthy living opportunities, street beautification, better food options, to really provide healthy options and opportunities linked back to a lot of the agricultural efforts in your community. And then economic growth was a strong desire, specifically one that meets the identity of this community. And then last but not least is public services. I think community sees the efforts in public service investment in the city and wants to continue that and have more accessibility. So what we have tonight to present in terms of our recommendations starts with our vision statement. And this really is the guiding vision for the city for the next 20 years. And I'll just read this out loud. The city of South Fulton envisions a safe, inclusive, and forward-thinking community that champions sustainability, economic growth, and holistic well-being for all. Through improved access to healthcare, walkable neighborhoods, healthy foods, abundant recreational and gathering spaces, and economic opportunities, the city aims to support the physical and mental health of its residents. By promoting vibrant mixed-use developments with family-friendly amenities, South Fulton is committed to keeping resources and spending within the community, building a healthier, more connected, and prosperous future for all. That vision statement, as well as many elements within the comprehensive plan, are really supported by the idea of the blue zones. And so the blue zones come from a National Geographic reporter who partnered with doctors and looked at areas throughout the throughout the world that have a high number of centenarians, those who live over 100 years. They studied that to understand what those elements were that made these communities long living. And so we were really interested in that based on some recent research, especially by Morehouse College School of Medicine, that identified North Fulton versus South Fulton disparities in aging. And there's about a 500-year five-year difference in aged ability between North and South Fulton. And also, as I'm sure you're well aware, and what we heard over and over from the community is just the disparity of health access on the south side as well. So we really wanted to make this a starting point for how we position our recommendations throughout the plan. And so you'll see that fed throughout the comprehensive plan. What you'll see in terms of major changes and updates in this comprehensive plan compared to the one that was done 5 years ago is a overall redesign of the document, hopefully for easier readability and usability. We did update the vision statement and the overall goals. We added 2 new goal categories based on input. One is for community communication and coordination, and the second one for infrastructure and facilities. We included policies in this new generation of the comprehensive plan. So each goal section has associated policies, which really feed into our community work program. We have a future land use map that we spent a lot of time going parcel by parcel to understand what the existing zoning is, what amendments have been completed over the past 5 years, and what makes most sense for that based on some of our community feedback. We also added a character area map, and the community work program that was updated also includes separation of those program items by department to make it hopefully easier for the departments to use. This is our overall future land use map. Some key points and changes here is that we actually combined the agricultural and rural areas with the intent to retain that rural character within the city, within the community. We clustered mixed-use developments specifically at those major nodes so that we can make sure that we're clustering that development and preserving as much of the untouched land as possible. We wanted to reflect recent zoning changes in the flume, and so we did update all of the flume based on current zoning in the area. And then balanced our residential densities throughout the city. We did look at opportunities where we could increase density in some areas that had lower density and look for opportunities to show lower density in some of our higher dense areas. We added a category for conserve and preserve. This allowed us to add in park space and other ecological areas that might be undevelopable into the comp plan as areas to preserve. We also added an industrial mixed-use category. There were opportunities where we have some industrial in the center of our residential that would allow us to maybe put some more mix of uses, commercial uses, not just industrial. Ultimately, maybe in the long term, if zoning gets rewritten, to maybe add some housing into those areas as well. And then last but not least, we did look at some density updates And I believe that's on the next slide. So I'll step you through a couple of those density updates. These are specifically in the live work categories. So in Village Live Work, we originally had in the last comp plan, a density of up to 6 units per acre. To allow for townhomes in the area, you can see in red is everything that we changed. So we did add townhomes to Village Live Work, as well as apartments. And so in order to allow for townhome development and maybe some garden-style apartments in our Village Live Work, we upped the density to 9 to 15 units per acre. That range allows it to be compatible with what the surrounding area is. So some areas may not be compatible for 15 units per acre, but it may want some townhomes at 9 units per acre. Community Live Work, we also added the apartments and townhomes. We went from 12 units per acre to a range of 15 to 25 units per acre. And then for Regional Live Work, similarly added the townhomes and apartments, and then went from an up to 20 units per acre to a 25 to 50 units per acre. And that really is supportive of transit and transit-oriented development. And so we wanted to allow for those denser opportunities in our really selective area of Regional Live Work. This is our character area map. As you can see, it's really just select areas throughout the city. It's really focused on economics and economic growth in those areas. So we have our entertainment areas. One is off of Fulton Industrial Boulevard on the north side. The one in the middle, that purple in the middle, is at Wolf Creek Amphitheater. And then the third entertainment center is along Old National Highway. And so those really are an opportunity to draw some regional growth to the area and entertainment opportunities. We also looked at agribusiness and really focusing on preserving our agricultural opportunities, but also allowing for more agricultural opportunities like agritourism. And so you can see in green on the south side of District 4. Thank you. And then on the south side, south of Old National, we have some green areas to support agribusiness growth. We also have a film industry area, also along South Fulton, or in Fulton Industrial Boulevard, and that is that dark green area. And then we also added in riverfront development. We know there's pressure along the riverfront. There's a lot of initiatives along the Chattahoochee River to increase access to it, to provide trails. And so looking at what kind of development do we want there that really preserves the green infrastructure, but then also allows for an appropriate type of development that includes trails and play spaces as well. So our next steps, it sounds like we will either look for a resolution from you all either tonight or at your next meeting, where we can then have approval to send this on to the DCA and Atlanta Regional Commission to start their review process. And then once we get comments back from DCA, we will come back to you all with a final updated document asking for your approval. Thank you very much.
All right, I'm going to open us up because I think that I may have some comments and questions that spur other things. I'm going to ask if we could bring that slide back up. So if you all recall, those of you all who were here for our earlier meeting, one of the reasons that we discussed the future land use map, that is an element of the overall comp plan. And it is because whenever we're going to rezone something, one of the primary questions we look at is what is our 20-year plan for the future of this city? And is what is being proposed, does it comport, is it in concert with what we are
Point of order.
The future of the plan is? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her point of order.
Chair, procedurally, we have discussed this in a previous meeting. We have a queue, and the city attorney did opine that the queue is supposed to be recognized. So are you asking clarifying questions, or are you, I guess I'm trying to figure out what you're doing as a chair, because we do have a queue.
Thank you. Give me a moment to confer with our parliamentarian.
Is the parliamentarian for everyone or just for you?
She's just for me. That's going to be the truth. Thank you all for your time. All right, so after conferring with our parliamentarian, we can follow the queue or not follow the queue. It's sometimes hard for me to do all the things, chairing the meeting and putting myself in the queue. So we can follow the queue or not follow the queue. There isn't Robert's rules doesn't have anything about whether or not the chair can go first, and we currently don't have anything in our ordinances that speaks to this. So if council would allow, I will continue. If not, I can stop and I can just wait and go forth in the queue. What is council's pleasure?
Follow the queue. And
Okay.
you can get in the queue, and we do have a policy.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
send it to you.
All right, is that council, the rest of council wants to do that? All right, that's fine, then,
Point of information, Mayor. Have
Yes,
we
go ahead.
opened up the public hearing?
no, we have not.
Okay.
Should we do the public hearing first? Is there? Okay, all right, then, I'm gonna go ahead and open the public hearing. Thank you. I'm gonna go ahead and open the public hearing. You've heard a little bit about what we're doing. If you have any further questions, you can address them in your questions and comments. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers who wish to speak for the public hearing on this document?
Yes, sir. We have three people who have filled out the public comment form.
Okay, I'm going to ask that we go ahead then, and if you'll just call those people up.
Michael Venable, Penny Webster Lewis, and Alvin Reynolds.
This is Michael Venable, 5720 Montelli Circle. First of all, we're going to look at the entertainment district. This was never, ever discussed in any public meeting going to the public. South on Old National, there are churches, subdivisions, the court, and the police headquarters. Back in Fulton County, this was the goal, was to make that a business area where you had office and institutional. North on Old National, you had the clubs and sports bars. You know what our identity is? When we talk entertainment, we're not talking about bowling, golf, and movies. The only thing we're talking about is sports bars and clubs. It's skewed. Hang on to skewed. We'll come back again and bring that forward. if we're going to improve the image of this corridor, that won't be it. It will turn into a red light district with bad streets, bad residents, and bad people. If this happens, every single officer in South Fulton will be shaking in their boots, praying that they're not put on the beat that goes to Old National. Density. Just because south part of this city had more people does not mean for us to exasperate it. Old National is not downtown LA, Chicago, New York, or Atlanta. If you want that to happen, you do what Peachtree City did. You plant it. You find a couple of 100 acres and then undeveloped, and that's when you come back and plant it and put it out. You don't upheave areas where you have long-standing, stable communities. Back to the skewing. We interpret density as being small without value. Every developer that has come forward to this city on Old National has brought substandard recommendations for housing. Low square footage, zero upgrades, no amenities, and masonry, siding, and countertops are obsolete.
All right, Mr. Venable, I do just want to let you know your time is up.
Okay.
But if you just want to close out, and then you can email the rest of those comments to us.
That's all right. I'll get it because it's a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Webster Lewis.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Council. Penny Webster Lewis, 6312 Jasper Way, South Fulton, Georgia. My objections are not to the entire plan, but there's a couple of features of the plan that are concerning. First, the legend. The colors for the village live work, community live work, and regional live work are very close. And when you look at the map, it's hard to discern, particularly the one that we received at the presentation at the planning meeting. You couldn't tell which one it was because those hues of purple were so close. The next thing is the density increases were excessive. To go from 6 units per acre to 20 units per acre, or then all the way up to 50 units per acre in the areas that are proposed for those uses, is too much density. It's extremely increased. So we don't have an objection to the entire plan, but those things need to be relooked and rethought because we're going to overcrowd and change the demographics of the areas where you're proposing to make these village live work, community live work, and regional live work zonings. So those are my objections.
Again, Alvin Reynolds, 585 Kings Place, Riverdale, Georgia, 30296, District 7. A comp plan. I would think a comp plan would encompass equity, equality throughout this city. This city seems to be divided, especially where development comes into play. We're going to uplift areas that is known areas that looks as though they are being destituted. We need to do a better job at it. As my colleague spoken so eloquently about density. Certain areas are going to carry a high density load. We should really look at decreasing that. We talk about entertainment areas. What type of entertainment are we talking about? Because we all know in the Old National area, for those who've been in Atlanta a while, where Old National was, where it is now, and what it was. So what's happening now with Old National is not working, but we seem to be doing the same thing in that area and not changing much. I want to thank you, Mr. Mayor, for saying that we need more time, because it is so important that the community have a chance to look this plan over. I've started reading through it, and I'm not even halfway through it. So we do need that extended time to look it over. I do know some people asking questions about it, and don't understand it. So to move forward in voting on something so quickly, I would say we need to run a caution of pause. But we do need that extended time so that we can look further into it, so that we can be clear exactly what this plan is saying, exactly what is happening in the areas that we live in and not. Because if we're going to be one city, we need to make sure that everything is happening the same across the city. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close. Are there more folks speaking for the public hearing? Okay, we got some more folks. If you want to speak in the public hearing, just please line up behind whoever our next speaker is. If you don't have a card or see the clerk, try to get a card. Go ahead, Mr. Johnson. Make sure you start by stating your name and address.
All right, Mike Johnson, Campbell and Fathom Road, District 4. I just wanted to speak to the agriculture, the AG1 properties in District 4. From looking at this land, I see where it was something addressed in there, but from a lot of the people I've been speaking with here lately, they don't seem to understand what's going on as far as the AG1 properties being rezoned to a lot of subdivisions. I do think that more time need to be addressed with this, simply because a lot of the neighbors and people that I've directly spoken to, they don't have an idea they don't have a clue what's coming down the pipe. I don't know, is it because misinformation, not enough information, whichever it is, they have questions about it. They have a lot of concerns about some of the neighborhoods now that are already being converted over, such as the ones on Oh No, 200 and something houses that got converted over. They're real concerned about that. They want to keep that land farmland. People like to grow their own vegetables. They like to keep that land agriculture. So I would ask that that be taken into consideration. This is an election year, so, you know, I don't think nobody really want to just rush out and do that before you get people involved, asking the right questions and the proper information be conveyed. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, was there anyone else?
No other cards received.
Any other speakers going once, going twice? Go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing now, and I'm going to go back to council for questions and comments. We'll follow the queue. Councilman Sebastian, District 4.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is not a process that we really should rush. I agree with that. We should really take our time and make sure. I've had recently a couple of people approach me about housing for not only them, but for their children and grandchildren, and wanting to acquire maybe a piece of property and building multiple homes on those properties. And I think what we are proposing right now may present somewhat of a challenge with that concept. And I think it's becoming more popular because of the price of housing, and families are sort of coalescing together more to make sure they can provide future housing. So that's one of the things that I want to come back to the team with, to make sure we can make provision for people who want to do stuff like that. We have had several meetings throughout this, including some in District 4. And so I want to thank those that have come out and supported those meetings and asked a question. The Sizemore Group did a really, really good job touring the district and looking at that area and going over this entire city. But we really have the opportunity and the uniqueness out in District 4 and parts of 7, where those areas are the ones where we have to look at keeping green and to reignite the farming. So I think that group understands that a lot. And so while we can't have meetings every week to discuss this, there have been opportunities and there have been several conversations with people who did bother to come into those rooms to have those conversations. But I really want to agree that I make the comment that we should not rush this thing through. The question I wanted to ask is about this idea of other municipalities reviewing our plan. Does that happen with the city management staff, the planning staff? Who gets involved in that process?
Yeah, so typically it is their city planning department, because they will look at how this aligns with their comprehensive plan. We did have sessions with the surrounding jurisdictions, so we did do one-on-ones with several of the planning departments that were responsive to do that. And so hopefully this is not a surprise or shock to any of them, because we learned what they were thinking of and what some of their compatibilities were or incompatibilities were in adjacent land uses.
Thank you. I don't know if any cities around has done this in the last 4 years, but I have not gotten, I don't remember getting feedback about any other city on what they're doing. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is just because of what happens on the boundaries of District 4, with a couple of jurisdictions, especially when it comes to things like density with apartment complex and warehousing, and you hear people saying these are decisions that are being made by our city and my district, which is really far from the truth, right? But, Ms. Superintendent, I would really love to know when those conversations will take place and to have feedback whenever we have other jurisdictions come and present their comprehensive plan, because that's part of what we talk about sometimes as council. How do we manage things in a way that we can give input so that when someone is building right across from us, we have the information early so we can hopefully go to the table and have some conversation as to, you know what, we can't tell you what to do in your city, but we would hope that you would respect us enough as an independent city as well, that if we say this is going to impact us greatly over here, that is taken into consideration. But what you said was a surprise to me. So I never knew that was part of the process. So,
Yeah.
But thank you for it.
Yeah, and
Okay.
Union City and Fairburn are just completing their processes. So I believe staff had an opportunity to look at their comprehensive plans as well and provide
All
any
right.
comments.
Thank you for that.
The chair recognizes District 1 Councilwoman Rowell.
I'm going to ditto what I heard the mayor and Councilman Sebastian. We should not rush this process. I'm concerned. I want to make sure we have adequate time to fully look at everything. I also want to ditto what I heard several constituents. The definitions for the mixed-use development and in the suburban too are significant. When I had my first meeting, there were no definitions when we were looking at that map. We did have an opportunity recently to bring it back, to kind of bring folks up to speed. But I'm going to encourage all my colleagues to think about those definitions before we take any actions, because they will have impact as we think about some of our roads that are already overburdened, and these numbers are significant. Also, for the entertainment district on FIB, I don't know where that came from. I'm totally opposed to that location, but I am open to looking at an entertainment district where we are going to look at development on the Chattahoochee River. I think that makes sense. I think that's the kind of entertainment district we want, where it's restaurants and development, not where it's currently earmarked for. And I also, last but not least, I agree with the color shading, because I had trouble figuring out which one was, community versus, I think it was the community. It was two shades of purple. I just think the color should be totally different so it's clear. I don't want us to find us in a situation where developers coming back and see it, they had the wrong shade, or, I think that'll be a problem. Those are my general comments, but I look forward to delving deep in the plan, looking at all the components. I think we focused on the development more so than some of the other subcategories, and I really want to spend the time to look at it. That's just it.
And just to clarify, you said definitions, do you mean densities?
The definitions, the descriptions.
The descriptions.
About the number of units.
So the density, not the definitions, the density.
Well, the same thing. They're the definitions that tell you how much units can go under a particular, that's what's concerning for me.
How about both?
Yeah, thank you. Let's be clear. If anything, I would have left them the same. So anyway, that's all I have right now.
The chair recognizes District 3 Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. These are my comments. I want to thank Sizemore. You all have done a yeoman's job with the charrettes and engaging in the community and helping the community understand what this process is all about. But what was supposed to happen, and this is what we told the community, is once we had those charrettes and you met with council and all of the stakeholders, we were going to bring the maps back to them to see what the recommendations were, and that for some reason didn't happen, and we need to make sure that happens. There was a meeting held in one person's district, but it wasn't held throughout the city, and that needs to happen because that's what we told residents we were going to do. And I do agree with the resident. A lot of residents don't know what's going on, and this is one of the most critical pieces of how our city is going to look in the future. And we do need to be protective of our agricultural farmland, because if anything, have been taught during the pandemic is that we can't depend on grocery stores. We need to encourage community gardens. We need to encourage local agricultural farms to help supply food, because even now when you go to grocery stores, a lot of the grocery stores, their shelves are empty. They don't have the fresh vegetables and fruit that many desire because of what's happening with the immigrant farmers. So we need to make sure that we are protective of that and inclusive of community farms. Several other jurisdictions, I was one of the ones that requested of Sizemore to communicate with our neighboring jurisdictions. My district specifically sits right on the border of Union City, East Point, Fairburn, and I get a hit a lot with zoning issues. We saw one today where we were right slap in the middle of East Point, and that zoning had to be changed to accommodate what was around it. And it was in here, the developer had to come back a year later to ask for the zoning once it was denied once. And so we do have a lot of those issues because of our jagged borders. And we need to make sure that we are looking to our neighboring borders to make sure we're not zoning residential next to something that may be zoned in another city as industrial. So thank you for doing that, because several residents asked for that as well. I think what I saw missing out of this is communication with our businesses, because our businesses matter. And I don't want current business that have been in our city since the 1970s or longer to get impacted by our decisions as council. I don't want their future land use to impact the way they do business. So we need to engage our businesses about this process and include them in this process, and explain to them what we're doing, what their current business, what the land use is now, and what it will call for in the future. Because some businesses have been impacted since we have been a city. And it's not fair, because as one of the many founding mothers of the city, we promised businesses that we were not going to adversely impact them. And that's exactly what's happening. And that's why one of the reasons we don't look business friendly as a city. So we need to engage them. That's all I want to say. I do agree. We need to take this back out, have charrettes, in case if we need to make more changes before we go to the next step to have this plan reviewed and adopted. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Gums.
I apologize, I just put a gummy bear in my mouth. My question is, are we ahead of schedule? I think that, you all shared that we are ahead of schedule. How far ahead of schedule are we?
Yeah, so to DCA, their deadline is October 31st of 2026. So we're about, just less than a year. By the time, if we submit by the end of the year, we would be, just under a year ahead of schedule.
So we are truly in a good place where we can kind of slow the process down. And I think I agree with all of my colleagues up here, and especially with Councilwoman Willis. The business portion really concerns me, but also the fact that we talked about bringing it back to the community, and those meetings were so long ago that now we're here at this point, and a lot of them still have forgotten. So I think that would be really good if we can slow it down and kind of bring back the engagement. I actually attended Councilwoman Rao's meeting that she had, and it was informal, but at the same time, it still gave the residents an opportunity to engage in reference to the map, seeing the map and having questions. So I definitely agree with the color scheme. If we can really do something better with that, because as I've gotten older, my eyes have gotten bad, and I could not read what was what. So I do agree with all of my colleagues on here, but I really would like for us to slow it down and roll it back. So we can still get it in on time, but just so we are more engaged as a community, because this is the most important thing right here, right now in South Fulton. So, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you. One of the things I want to make sure that our residents understand, even throughout this process, is that there's something called zoning versus future land use map, right? And we have this big area in District 4 that we said future land use wise, we want to keep it all agriculture. But you know what? If somebody already gotten zoning on the Fulton County, they can pop up and build a subdivision right in the middle of that. It doesn't mean that the city approved it. It means, as we have been trained, the zoning follows the land. So I just want to make sure in these meetings and these conversations, we talked about this, because a lot of times people speak about what they don't understand. Okay, so I want to make sure that if folks are listening to me in District 4, that they hear me when I say that there are subdivisions approved on the Fulton County that could appear in our agricultural future land use map. And it doesn't mean that this council has done anything wrong, or we still approve subdivision even though future land use map say we shouldn't. That is the law, okay? Developers or landowners have the right to do these things once they have the zoning. So, just want to make sure we have those conversations when we go out and have these meetings. And oh, by the way, I now have a meeting space in my community at Fire Station 6, so I look forward to host a meeting not too far from the farms, and so we can talk about these this future land use maps and this comprehensive plan. So I really look forward to doing that. Staff did an amazing job with that facility. Thank you, Ms. Subadan and the Fire Chief. So I'll talk a little bit more about that later. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the queue? The chair recognizes. Go ahead, Councilwoman Willis.
It was just two more points I wanted to make. So, you know, I don't want people to think that this is a demoralizing but everything won't be the same across the city. And I want to give a perfect example of that. Can you imagine a farm sitting on Fulton Industrial, or a farm sitting on Old National? So to say that everything should be zoned the same across the city, every area, every district has its own character. And so everything will not be zoned across the city. Certain districts, certain things will be acceptable, certain things will can't. You imagine having a entertainment district on Butner Road, you know? And then I want to address the thing about entertainment districts, because that's one of the things our residents really do complain about. So thank you for addressing entertainment districts in the comprehensive development plan. The thing that I constantly hear from residents is that we have nothing to do in South Fulton. I don't want to go out of South Fulton to have to, have a nice dinner, go to a movie, go have a nice drink. So, I mean, entertainment districts across this nation looks different, and they're in a lot of mixed use. And we've been traveling. I've been traveling across this USA through National League of Cities, and so we have these mobile tours a lot of times when we go to conferences, and we don't have to go to Africa to see this stuff. It's right here in America. And they have mobile tours, and they take us on tours to different areas of every city we have a conference in, domestic conference in, and they show us what's happening in these cities. And malls are becoming obsolete, and people are moving more to mixed use places where people live, work, play, and even worship. And so, thank you for putting the entertainment district in the comprehensive plan. Now, people may not want it where it is in the comprehensive plan, and some entertainment areas that's in the plan where you put it is already an entertainment presence there, whether people want to accept it or not. And it was there before we became a city, and we should not disturb something that was present before we became a city, because we promised we weren't going to adversely impact businesses. And so that's why I'm saying we need to get these businesses involved so that we can make sure we're not adversely impacting them, and we are being inclusive of them. And that's all I have to say regarding that. Everything won't be the same in the city. That's impossible. That's not unrealistic. And I'm really not trying to be a know-it-all. I gave a perfect example of why. Thank you.
It's my understanding that Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett wants to be in the queue, and so I'll let you go first because you're having difficulty getting in the queue, and you will be after me, Councilwoman Gomes.
Hey, thank you for acknowledging me. I just want to make this clear. So we are ahead of schedule on doing this. And I honestly was not really in favor of this. I've always been clear about that. But through this process, you've worked well with all of us. You've come to our districts. You've put on meeting after meeting after meeting. You've put out surveys. You've done such a fantastic job in engaging the community. So I want to make this clear. You spent a lot of time engaging the community, and the results that you have, a lot of that is based on community feedback and also on council input. So, I know that everyone wants to feel included and wants fairness, but it's not fair to keep dragging things out. I don't know if that's like a culture thing with our city, but at some point we have to stop kicking the can down the road, and we have to start making decisions in an effective way. Because how many meetings have we had? And all of us are busy, including me. And I make it to all these meetings, and there are people who complain, and people that are in this room, I do want to say, you may see the same people come up all the time, but they are dedicated to making their voice heard. And so we respect and appreciate their involvement, but for everybody else who feels like they don't know what's going on, then y'all got to figure it out. Y'all really have to start paying attention, because we, as a baby city, that is growing by leaps and bounds and doing grown city stuff that other cities across this nation are jealous, envious, and admiring our progress. We don't have time to sit here and have 100 meetings to discuss what we've already spent a whole year in planning, presentations, and development. So I am opposed to continue to do this over and over and over again. We've put it out on social media. We've put it out on newsletter, on our website. I mean, do we have to knock on your door? And I'm not being rude, but sometimes we're asking for too much. And we're dragging things on. And the more you drag things on, the more it costs. These people have an amount that we paid for. We want to keep adding on and adding on. They're not going to do it for free. So I appreciate, you guys have won me over on your professionalism, your expertise, your subject matter knowledge. And I hope that people who are seeing this at home, that are watching this or who will watch this tomorrow, will realize that we are working really hard on these things, and we just can't keep dragging this on because you're not comfortable. We have a lot of other stuff to do. And with that, I yield.
Thank you. Did you have something you wanted to add? Go ahead.
I did. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very glad the distinguished councilman from District 7 made that point. We do have, we are early, so we did that on purpose because we know that this is a process that takes a lot of time. We engage the Sizemore Group, and we pay them. And we budgeted a certain amount of money for this comprehensive planning process. And within that budget, there were a set number of meetings that the Sizemore Group was to prosecute on our behalf. We did supplement that sum with some meetings that staff was able to do to bolster the process a little bit. But I just want to be sure that I say that budget is not my jam. That's Madam City Manager. But and if you all allocate it, we will certainly spend it. But it will cost more to extend out the process if part of that extension is going to be to add more public meetings to the schedule. Each of those meetings does have a cost to it.
Thank you, Director McClendon. All right, a couple things. We are required by state law to do this process every 5 years. We are required to turn in a comprehensive plan in June of 2026. I see my CDRA folks nodding. I declared 2025, actually in our 2024 State of the City address, I declared that 2025 will be our year of planning so that we would be able to get through this process. And if we vote in December, we would still have 4 months to make changes before we had to turn it in April, so that the Department of Community Affairs of the state of Georgia has 60 days to get it all in, make sure that we've done everything right, and confirm the adoption of our plan by our June 2026 deadline. I want to make a couple of corrections. The plans are out. These maps are out. How many people knew these maps were out?
It's in our newsletter.
Yeah. The maps are out. Mr. Clerk, if you would go ahead and pull up the City of South Fulton website, cityofsouthfultonga.gov. If you go to cityofsouthfultonga.gov, as of, if I could just have the floor. There is a pop-up that has been created. I just met with Ms. Davis, but that pop-up just came up just came up last week. We just added it to the website last week. Are you able to pull that up?
So
there we go.
are you able to pull it up?
Yeah, I do see it on one. Can we just have it on one screen so at least, so the council can see it? So when you go, that's going to be the first thing you see. This is very important. If you'll go ahead and click into that, I just want to walk people through it. This is part of what these meetings are for. They're not just for council, they're for all of these are shareholder meetings, and you all, as the taxpayers of South Fulton, are shareholders. When you go here, you will see the character area map and the future land use map. If you just go ahead and click on the future land use map, you can type in your address and you can see what the future land use plan is for your property for the next 20 years, as well as the properties in your neighborhood. You can make You can drop those little balloons that you see, and you can also leave comments. So this is an interactive map. You can make comments. What is supposed to happen, this is supposed to be an iterative process, which means that we go back and forth. We collected all of your information. We created this map based on all of the things we heard at the town hall, as well as all of the feedback we got from mayor and council. Can we see how many comments? I think it says 27. My LASIK is. So out of 100,000 residents, we have 27 comments. The public comment period is supposed to end today. I am suggesting that we keep it open a little bit more, so maybe we can get more than 27 comments, that we can talk about this again in November and vote on it in December. The next thing that I want to ask about it, because we only have 27 comments so far. I know, Madam City Manager, there's a big rollout of the strategic plan. We did a big, public affairs communications plan to make sure that people did the surveys, to make sure that people came to these town halls. Have we done anything like that so that people know now the map is here, take a look at it and give us your feedback on the map?
So I'd have to turn it over because Sizemore's been doing the public engagement. I feel like there has been a lot of engagement on this. I don't know exactly because future land use is not my jam. I wouldn't know exactly how many people have attended, the land use map meetings, but there has been a lot of engagement. But as I shared with you earlier, I have no heartburn with taking more time. That was the whole point of starting early, so we're not rushed. If it's the will of the council to take more time and you want to bring more meetings to your district, give us that direction and we can absolutely do that.
There's one thing, Mr. Clerk, I just want to make sure this clock has been running the entire time the city manager is speaking, so I want my time back. A follow-up question from a member of council. I asked y'all to let me go first. A following question of a member of council is, have there been text messages, or do we have any sort of texting system? Were there any sort of direct emails back to all of the people that came out to the workshops and that filled out the strategic planning survey, letting them know that this map is now available online?
Yeah, I believe that did happen. Once that was put online, our engagement consultant did push out all email addresses we had available. Email, yes, email addresses. Mhm.
Okay, so sounds like, people want maybe some text, some other engagement. People can text the word FLUM. I say FLUM, some people say flume. People can text the word FLUM, F-L-U-M, to 33777 to sign up for some focus groups that we have scheduled in the mayor's office. We actually did have one with South Fulton farmers, and one of the things that they were concerned about is expanding the agribusiness areas. One of the really important things that we learned is that in order to prepare land for agricultural development, it takes 2 or 3 years of soil preparation. And it's very important that we protect our watersheds, all of the tributaries off of the Chattahoochee Hills, because that, affects the ability of our farmers to produce. A couple of things about the character areas. If you could pull up the character area map. I'm going to push back a little. I do believe there is an entertainment district on Butner Road. There is a performing arts space, St. James Live. There's a lounge right next door. And there is a horse ranch on that corner, right? So if that is a kind of entertainment. There are some natural areas that have been forming. And could you bring up the map of the suburban 1 and suburban 2 neighborhoods? Do you have those slides?
Yes. You can pull the slides up. There should be some. All right, so. Okay. So here's Suburban 1.
Because a lot of people are not going to be able to see it. Is there no way we can zoom in and just see the actual part of the map that is Suburban 1? And as she's doing this, just for the edification of the public, Suburban 1 are the larger home lots in our city. Okay, so here's Suburban 1 and then Suburban 2. Suburban 2 are the smaller home lots in our city. As you can see, the majority of Suburban 2 lots are south of Roosevelt Highway along the Old National Corridor. That is the greatest area of density in our city. If we're planning a downtown, you want to plan it somewhere around the greatest area of density. So we do not have to be equitable. But if we're going to be inequitable in our distribution of density, then we pretty much pick the downtown of the city of South Fulton around that Old National Corridor where all the Suburban 2 lots are, where all of the smaller lots are. One of the character areas that I was interested in along the Fulton Industrial Corridor, one, we have a lot of film production things that are happening already, and I think that one of the things that we do with our character area maps is that we align that to our economic development plan. That is a area that we may want to direct people who are looking to do film and things like that. There's already a clustering of like businesses, and then right at the top of the industrial corridor, I think sometimes when we talk about entertainment districts, if you think about West Midtown, which used to be industrial, and now like that area around Georgia Tech where, the Putt Shack and like all of those like amazing things are. We have people in District 1 that bottle wine, and they have for years been trying to get a license to have like, instead of a beer pub, which is popular, but like a wine tasting room. Our current zoning ordinances don't allow that. You can only do them in agricultural areas. You can't do them in commercial areas. So nowhere on Old National or nowhere in any of our entertainment districts is anyone currently allowed to have a brew pub or a wine, a place that bottles and sells wine. Nothing in our current zoning ordinances. A lot of you go to these restaurants and these places on the Beltline that have the garage doors that open up. They have these beautiful indoor outdoor. We don't have anything in our zoning code that allows that. There's nothing in our zoning code that allows agricultural people to have containers on their property, right? That's something that's come up in a lot of our agriculture education sessions that are now happening with code enforcement. So after we approve this future land use map, we then have to go back and then look at our zoning and think about how do we make our zoning align with the things that we are dreaming up. And with that, I will return to the queue. Next is Councilwoman Carmelita Combs. This will be your second time, Councilwoman Combs.
Well, thank you. I finally made it to the second time. I know that there were some mention about the farmers having some input. Did we actually have that happen? Especially around, I guess, the
We did.
agriculture?
Yes.
How many farmers participated?
I think we had 3 individuals attend that meeting.
Only 3?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. And there were more invited. You might be able to speak more to it, Matthew.
Okay. All right. So, again, I heard what Mayor Pro Tem mentioned about, kicking the can down the road, but I also think that with the limited engagement, that there either needs to be an extension on the comment period time. I don't know if you could do a citywide approach to improving the communications around the comp plan, letting them know that they have time to go out, and we've extended the period, just kind of get them excited. But I think there might be something that, only 3 people comment is concerning. I mean, it's 27 on the thing, but my last question, which I wanted to ask earlier, was in reference to the neighboring cities. them having input, looking at our plans, and vice versa. So when they share their information with you all, I know you share it with the planning department, but the council would love to see that as well. I think that's important for us, especially when we're looking at our area and really trying to promote different things.
Yeah, and that is dictated through the Department of Community Affairs and the Atlanta Regional Commission. So they're the ones who share that information out. So I think it would be making sure staff knows to share that with you when it comes out.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, next in the queue, I think, was Councilman Sebastian. You were trying to get in the queue? Oh, actually, you've gone twice already. Was there, well, Councilwoman Williams Brown.
It's 7:16.
Okay. All right. Well, I do have a couple more things. We, in our farmers focus group, I think we had about 15 farmers. So we'll get that list. We'll get that spreadsheet to you. We have a list of other farmers that weren't able to make it as well. The comp plan, one of the things that is also possible with the comp plan is an annexation plan. And if you could just speak a little bit about the importance of an annexation plan to further protect our residents and improve like wayfinding and delivery of city services by squaring out our borders.
Yeah, typically we don't do it as part of a comprehensive plan process, but I do think, I think you're right. I think, understanding where you grow and how you grow is going to be really key to the future. So yeah, I think you're right on with that comment. Timeline on that, I think is up to you all on when that's appropriate.
Right, and then the last thing I think we have 3 different live work, and we talked about this a little bit. I remember Councilwoman Gums in the meeting at Renaissance. We have 3 different live work play areas. There is a regional live work that is the largest kind of live work play. Those are the developments of regional impact, such as those are things that look as big as Atlantic Station, right? Think the Hutch Project, Westwood, Cedar Grove Village, or even Manson Park. Those would all be regional live work projects. There is a smaller live work designation, which is community live work, that might be something like the Sandtown Shopping Center where the Publix is, right? And then there is an even smaller unit that might be like what the kinds of developments that we see around our traffic circles at Sandtown, right there at Campbellton. There are a couple little shops and things. It's not huge, right? And so lining those up and making sure that we're clear which of our development nodes are getting which level of live, work, play development, and making sure that people know that. Once again, it is 7 o'clock. We got some wonderful young people in here, some little people that we need to get proclamations to and get them home, even though like y'all can stay a little bit later because y'all are out, right, for a break, but we're gonna get you out of here. Just want to remind everyone, please, 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 it sounds like we have consensus among council to extend the public comment period. Please, please, please visit cityofsouthfultonga.gov. Click on that pop-up and look at your address, look at your neighbors' addresses, look at what we're planning coming around you. Make sure that if you own a farm, that we are thinking that you're still gonna want a farm and that we're not zoning it for a subdivision on land that you are actually working. And just give us all of your comments about the character areas, about economic development, just whatever you have to say. Now is the time to make your voices heard. Thank you all so much for a rich discussion. And seeing no one else in the queue, Mr. Clerk, thank you all. Please sound the next item.
Next item on the agenda is letter B. It's ordinance to bring the ordinance in compliance with changes to the zoning procedures law implemented by HB 155. This is a staff-initiated change. Mr. McClendon.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I do want to take a quick second to give a personal thank you to Ms. Deanna Murphy, who ushered us through our comprehensive plan process. And I do believe we have an award-winning comprehensive plan. So we're trying to catch up with the Parks and Rec Department so that we can So we can say that as well. All right, this is the last item for the night. This is a text amendment to bring us into compliance with some changes that were made at the state legislature level during this year's session. These changes relate to administrative variances. What an administrative variance is when a developer can come to the CDRA department and ask for a variance to certain de minimis items, and that variance can be granted by the CDRA director without a hearing in front of the Zoning Board of Appeals or without coming to City Council like in your concurrent variance process. And so I'm going to bring up Mr. Williams to quickly explain what items would actually be available for an administrative variance.
All right, so section 808.10 of the zoning ordinance is entitled Administrative Variances. Under item A, it says a minor variance. The Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs is authorized to consider an administrative variance whenever, one, there is a request for an alteration of a 10-foot improvement setback along all buffers as required in the zoning conditions of a zoning and/or any requirements for a minimum landscape strips and buffers in Article 4. Two, there is a request of up to 10% reduction in the number of parking spaces. Three, there is a request to approve changes as specified in Article 5 overlay districts, or item 4, there is a request to grant a variance from the minimum yard requirements not to exceed 10% of such requirement. And then also B, administrative minor variance. The Director of Community Development and Regulatory Affairs may grant an administrative variance up to 1 foot from any minimum yard requirement.
All right, I know y'all didn't think it was going to get this exciting at the end of the night, but so the state legislature basically changed some advertising and notice requirements for administrative variances back in 2022, I believe. And what it did is that it required these administrative variances to provide for a hearing, much like any other variance request. Then earlier in 2025, the legislature took a look back at those requirements and decided to roll that back so that we no longer have to have that same notice and hearing requirement for the administrative variances. And so this text amendment is simply to bring us into compliance with that new state law. Now, I use the word compliance, but I will note that we don't actually have to change our requirements. We can be more restrictive than the state requires. We just can't be less restrictive. And so we can still maintain the same notice and hearing requirements that we have. But it is our opinion that the minimum requirements are more than enough. And to be clear, when we talk about minimum requirements, we're talking about advertising time and the availability of a hearing for those administrative hearings.
It appears we've been having some challenges with the queue. Does anyone have any questions, comments?
It's a public hearing, so you need to open and
Okay.
close it. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and open the public hearing as you've heard. Do we have any speakers for or against this administrative variance?
No, sir.
All
No
right, I'll
cards
go
are
ahead
received.
and close the public hearing. Does council have any questions, comments, concerns, queries, allusions, dissolutions, or hallucinations about this administrative change? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
It's brief. So currently, most of our variances are heard, and this is from Director McClendon, through the Zoning Board of Appeals, correct?
Correct.
So if I understand what the law is saying is that instead, and we don't, typically if it goes before the Zoning Board of Appeals, we don't have to vote on it. It doesn't have to have a public hearing before the city council. Is something different happening? Are we now going to have to hear those cases?
No, so you all only hear variances if it's along with the rezoning application. That's called the concurrent variance. So this text amendment primarily deal with administrative variances. Right now, those have to be heard before the there has to have a public hearing process for all administrative variances, so they can be heard by the director or by the BZA. This text amendment will say that they can no longer be a public hearing, they can just be done administratively by the director, and that the regular variances will still be heard by the ZBA.
Okay, thank you for clarification.
You said you do have a question, Councilwoman Gomes? All right, go ahead.
Would this be considered a first read, and is there another hearing after this?
No, we'll have we already had a first read on this item, so it'll be on tonight for a second read.
No, sir, we pushed it to the 28th.
I stand corrected.
So we won't be voting on it tonight. Everybody can get their questions in. Seeing and hearing no further questions or comments, I am going to go ahead and entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn the
been
zoning hearing.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's just take this vote by show of hands. All right, I'm going to check in with my colleagues. Do you need a 3-minute bio break before we start this 7 p.m. meeting?
That is absolutely absurd to ask a woman to take 3 minutes for a bio break. Can we please, I move that we take at least 10. Thank you.
All right, 10 minutes has been requested. I'm going to give you 13. We'll see you back here at 7:40 p.m. We'll start our 7 p.m. meeting in 13 minutes at 7:40. Anyone looking for a seat? There are plenty of seats. we can roll that and get a little,
You're joining us live from City Hall here in the great city of South Fulton. Introducing Mayor and Council. Mayor Khalid. Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 1. Councilwoman Carmelita Gums, District 2. Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 3. Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Councilwoman Kiosha B. Bell, District 5. Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. Mayor Pro Tem Linda Becker Pritchett, District 7. Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. City Clerk Corey Adams. City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. Thank you for joining the City of South Fulton Council meeting, a city on the rise.
all right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We are streaming live here from our City Council chambers in our semi-permanent City Hall here at 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, 30336. And with the arrival of Councilwoman Rao, we now have a quorum. Mr. Clerk, please call. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll.
Yes, sir. Good evening to the mayor, members of council, and the general public. This is a roll call for the October 14th City Council regular meeting. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Presente.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is invocation, which will be administered by the City Chaplain, Barbara McKee.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Would we all please stand? And citizens, thank you for coming. Let us look unto the Lord. Lord, we come before you this day, telling you thank you for a day that has uncertainties, but we know you holds it all within your hands. Lord, we thank you how you protected our police departments, our fire department, and all around our city. While chaos is all around the world, Lord, you continue to protect us, and we tell you thank you. Now, Lord, we feel uncertain. Change always comes, but somehow we're just like the children in the wilderness. We're wondering what's going to happen the next minute. But Lord, help us to look unto you, which cometh our help. And Lord, as we go through our transition, be in it with us. Guide us, Lord. Talk to the council, Lord. Open up their hearts where they can hear you. Open up their ears where they can hear you. Open up their minds where they can hear you. Lord, we cast it all upon you right now. And Lord, we're going to tell you thank you for making this one of the greatest cities in the nation. No matter how it might look right now, Lord, we tell you thank you. And we're going to look unto you because this will be the greatest city around. And it's in your name we pray. Amen. Amen. The Pledge of Allegiance, please. Of America, unto the prayer for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, that brings us to Roman numeral 5, proclamation presentations. We have 4 presentations this evening. The first is proclamation recognizing Chief Chad Jones as the president of the Georgia Association of Fire Chiefs.
got 7 folks. It is on. All right. We're going to go ahead and start this off with District 1.
Whereas it is with immense pride that we recognize Fire Chief Chad Jones for being named President of the Georgia Association of Fire Chiefs after more than 30 years of dedicated service to the fire service across our great state. And whereas Chief Jones joined the City of South Fulton in 2021, bringing with him a wealth of knowledge and expertise that has elevated the standards of our fire and rescue department through innovation, accountability, and a commitment to excellence. And whereas the Georgia Association of Fire Chiefs has been pivotal in representing fire service leaders from career, combination, and volunteer departments across Georgia since its founding in 1970 and is governed by elected board alongside the Georgia Municipal Association. And
whereas in his capacity as president, Chief Jones will play a vital role in advancing fire service initiatives by promoting interagency coordination, supporting legislative priorities, and guiding the implementation of the association's strategic objectives. And
whereas Chief Jones, through his previous leadership roles within the association, has honed his skills in policy development, strategic planning, and stakeholder engagement, making him well-equipped to lead during his pivotal time for the fire service. And whereas
Chief Jones is not only a leader within our community, but also a member of the Metro Atlanta Fire Chiefs Association, the International Association of Fire Chiefs, and the National Fallen Firefighters Foundation, and is a distinguished graduate of the Fire Service Executive Development Institute, Leadership Atlanta, class of 2018, and Harvard University's Executive Education Program of 2019.
Now therefore be resolved that the mayor and the city council of the city of South Fulton do hereby proclaim our deepest appreciation for Fire Chief Chad Jones, celebrating his well-deserved election as the president of the Georgia Association of Fire Chiefs, and commend his commitment to further enhancing fire services throughout the state of Georgia.
I know it's late at night, and they said keep it short, be brief. No, just thank you. It's a huge honor. It's an honor just to be the fire chief of the city of South Fulton. I'm so proud of the men and women that serve y'all each and every day. I try to do my best to lead. Could not do it without the support of the mayor and council, who is very supportive. Also, the city manager, the assistant city managers, and all the other directors that help us move this city forward. And again, I'm just so proud, and I represent the city, and I represent them at the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief, for being an excellent example of leadership in public safety.
Beautiful. Come on in a little bit. Perfect. Okay, everybody's looking right here. 1, 2, and 3. And one more time. 1, 2, 3. Beautiful. Do you want to get the fire department? You guys can come on up. Squeeze it. You can come in. So why don't we step up in the middle or something and then have everybody join in? Come on up. Yeah, there we go. Tanya, we can't see you behind the pillar. You can come on in. You can come on in. Don't be scared. Come on in. There we go. Very nice. Okay, everybody's looking right here. 1, 2, and 3. Beautiful. Congratulations, Chief.
Next proclamation is a proclamation recognizing Sergeant Maisha Cooper and Corporal Robert Johnson.
That's my baby.
You know, I have to admit, when I went to the police headquarters, and I was asked to attend because of where this incident took place. You know, we did the usual thing, took photos and everything else, but I went into the room where the media was interviewing these two. And I had to admit, it was so emotional, I couldn't stay in that room. I literally had to leave. And I'm sure they were saying, why did council member take off? Because I didn't want them to see me cry. But just to hear the story and to see how these two represented with excellence and hearing them talked about how it means so much to them to serve and that they were just doing their jobs, right? It was an amazing thing to witness. So we want to thank you all. We want to just take this time as a council and just recognize you guys for your heroism that you did on behalf of the service to our city and our citizens. Whereas tonight we pause to recognize two extraordinary individuals whose courage, composure, selfless dedication reflect the highest ideals of public service. And
whereas on Saturday, August 16th, police body camera footage captured the dramatic moments that City of South Fulton officers Sergeant Maisha Cooper and Corporal Robert Johnson rescued a mother, her newborn baby, a toddler, from an overturned vehicle on Hall Road, Highway 92. And whereas
Sergeant Maisha Cooper and Corporal Robert Johnson of the South Fulton Police Department display exceptional valor in their face of danger, acting without hesitation to save the lives of the family trapped in the overturned vehicle. And
Whereas the body cam video shows a man with his leg trapped beneath the car, and the desperate and heroic efforts by these officers working with community members to free the trapped passengers, Officer Johnson busted a window and cut through an airbag to find a path to bring the adults and children to safety. And whereas
their actions on that day were not only heroic, but deeply compassionate. With urgency, precision, and heart, they executed life-saving rescue that demonstrated remarkable professionalism and grace under pressure. And
whereas, when asked about their bravery, Corporal Johnson and Sergeant Cooper humbly stated that they were simply doing their jobs. But we as a community understand that it takes truly exceptional individuals to transform duty into heroism and to wear the badge not just with pride, but with purpose.
And whereas their example reminds us that law enforcement officers are not only guardians of public safety, but also caretakers of the human spirit, steadfast protectors, courageous responders, and pillars of our neighborhoods.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that Councilman J.C. Sebastian, along with the mayor and council, recognize their heroic actions on that day, which reflects the very best of our city and demonstrates shining examples of what it means to protect and serve with honor, and do hereby commend and celebrate Sergeant Maisha Cooper and Corporal Robert Johnson for their extraordinary bravery, selflessness, and unwavering dedication to the public service, and thus do hereby proclaim Tuesday, October 14th, 2025, as Sergeant Maisha Cooper and Corporal Robert Johnson Appreciation Day in the city of South Fulton, Georgia. We got it. I'm going to go ahead and turn this over to the sergeant and the corporal. As you may have heard, these incredible officers were also recognized by our U.S. congresspersons. I will turn the floor over to you.
How y'all doing, everyone? I just want to thank God, my mom, and the city of South Fulton. You got to have a purpose doing this job, and to wake up every day, you got to learn to love people. I tell my officers every day, what's your purpose when you wake up every morning? And I just feel like this was my purpose. And thanks to the leadership of the city of South Fulton, my officers, and that's it.
I'm sorry. I'm Officer Johnson. I'm not a big speaker. I just want to thank City of South Fulton, the police department, Sergeant Cooper, and everybody that acknowledged this thing. Like I said, I don't consider myself a hero. I just did what I did. That's what I chose to do, and I love doing what I do, and I love helping people. Thank you.
I do want to give the final word to our new and nationally renowned public safety director, Dr. Cedric Alexander.
Thank you very much. You know, it's on nights like this, at occasions like this, it really reminds us of the men and women who go out and do this job every day and what they put at risk, and they don't even think about it. It just comes natural. And I'm so proud of both the men and women, both the police department and fire department, that just represents us every day. Even when they just walk around, whether they're on the court or off the court, their demonstration of professionalism and their love for community is just renowned. So thank you all for the great work that you've done. And the recognition you're receiving here tonight and those beautiful plaques that you have is just a small, very small piece of how I think people really feel about you in this community. So thank you.
Yes. We're going to take one here first, and then we'll ask for the other officers. Yeah. Okay. Everybody's going to look right here first, and then we're calling the other officers. 1, 2, 3. Okay, perfect.
Mama, family, everybody else. Everybody connected to these folks, please come on up and hop in this photo.
And then if everybody could take a step over this way and come up some.
Mom and them, cousins. Everybody who put on their good Sunday clothes to come sit in our council meeting.
We can have some people go behind as well. We don't want to block you over here, so you can join in. Come on in closer. There you go. Same over here. We want to come in closer. We can fill in that back area where the seal is at. Come on in closer. Come on in closer. We're almost there. There we go. So if you're right here, you're going to be blocked by the pillar. So you guys can just join in a little bit. Perfect. 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 Okay, everybody look right here. On 1, 2, and 3. And one more time. 1, 2, 3. Congratulations, officers. Beautiful.
Hey, how are you?
Beautiful. Good to see
Next
you.
proclamation is a proclamation recognizing National Customer Service Week.
Congratulations again.
All right, brother.
All right, Mr. Smith. Thank you.
No, we got one more.
All right, I'm going to bring up Miss Yoli Alexander. If you all were here at the 4 o'clock meeting, can't miss none of the meetings. This is the team that we are talking about. Y'all come on down front. I'm going to go ahead and read this just for the sake of time. It is 8 o'clock. Whereas the City of South Fulton is committed to delivering high-quality, equitable, and responsive services that reflect our strategic plan goals and enhance government efficiency, increase community collaboration, and improve the quality of life for all residents. Whereas the Community Relations and Services Division, CRS, serves as the city's primary point of contact, linking residents, businesses, and visitors to information, services, and solutions via phone, email, in-person support, and digital platforms. Whereas in partnership with the city's Human Services Human Resources Department, CRS, created the city's Raising the Service Standard, Customer Service Professionalism, and Adequate Employee Training Program that you heard about at our 4 o'clock meeting to improve staff development, reinforce consistent service expectations both inside and outside the organization, and promote a culture of excellence across all departments. And whereas the city's customer service model is, we are a city that helps. And the city's rallying call, City on the Rise, reflect our shared promise to meet people where they are and provide clear pathways to service and recognize staff who go above and beyond. Now, therefore, be resolved that the mayor and the city council of the city of South Fulton do hereby proclaim the week of October 6th through 10th as National Customer Service Appreciation Week, and call upon all members of our organizations and communities to join in celebrating the contributions of community relations and services and our CRS division in the city of South Fulton, Georgia.
Can you hear me now? So, on behalf of my team, I have a fabulous team, and I wish I could introduce them all to you, but it would take up too much time because then I can't just stop at just their name. I have to tell you about each one of them and how they make our city great. And I am appreciative of this opportunity. Thank you so much for recognizing us. We want to serve you and serve you well, and we will. That's my commitment to you and our commitment to you. So thank you so much.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Mary, you can come over just a little bit. There we go, perfect. And then, perfect, perfect. And then we can just spread out just a little bit right here. Perfect, come out just a little bit. Yep, right there, perfect. Okay, everybody's looking right here. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. And one more time. 1, 2, and 3. Congratulations.
And the last proclamation is a proclamation honoring the South Metro chapter of the 100 Black Men of America and the inaugural Community Wellness Day.
All right, last one. We're gonna have to do a separate meeting for proclamations. This is what some cities do. But all right, whereas the South Metro chapter of the 100 Black Men of America Incorporated stand committed to improving the quality of life within our communities and seeks to serve as a beacon of leadership by harnessing our diverse talents to create environments that motivate youth, empowering them to become self-sufficient shareholders in the economic and social fabric of our communities. And whereas the inaugural Community Wellness Day birthed through the visionary efforts of Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown and Brother Landry Gilbert, aimed to bring transformative health equity by focusing on and reducing health disparities, this important event was held September 20th, 2025, and offered free health screenings, wellness education, a 5K run, walk, entertainment, and targeted wellness classes for all participants. And whereas Brother Merlin Knight, the Economic Empowerment Chair of the South Metro chapter of the 100 Black Men of Atlanta, or South Metro, has demonstrated exemplary leadership in rallying community stakeholders from various sectors, including commercial, health, faith leaders, and business owners in support of community health and sustained growth. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the city council of the city of South Fulton do hereby acknowledge and celebrate the extraordinary contributions of the 100 Black Men of South Metro Atlanta Incorporated, whose unwavering dedication continues to uplift, inspire, empower young men and women throughout our community and beyond. Councilwoman Brown. Queen Brown. Sorry. Yeah, come forward.
Right here.
Please say a few words. I'm sorry.
So, of course, I wanted to just acknowledge the work of the 100 Black Men of South Metro, because they give every day, they give tirelessly but somehow they not only give tirelessly, but they manage to be everywhere all at the same time, not just in the city of South Fulton, but throughout the South Metro region, uplifting all of the communities, all of the neighborhoods, and making sure that they are truly living their purpose and their mission and their vision for why the 100 Black men exist. And so they are, not just a group of men, but they are a group of men that are deeply rooted in the community, and that needs to be celebrated and that needs to be recognized, because so often we have groups that show up in name, but they don't show up in purpose. And the 100 Black men of South Metro show up in purpose. And so I'm grateful to them for all that they do, all of the work, all the service that they provide, and just wanted to appreciate them and everything that they give of themselves to make us a better community.
Gonna look right here first. You take a picture of video. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Everybody's looking right here. 1, 2, and 3. Cheese. I love it. 1, 2, and 3. Beautiful. Yes, it is.
Well, how are you guys doing today? Well, first of all, as president-elect for South Metro Atlanta, I'm very, very proud of our colleagues. And like the councilwoman stated, our guys, we work. Merlin Knight, LaDre Gilbert, these brothers, they work hard. Now, we don't try to replace the parents or what have you, but we do stand in the gap because we focus on our kids to truly make a difference, whether that be health and wellness, education, economic empowerment, or whatever. We prepare them for the future because that's very important. Now, these guys are the guys that's in the streets making it happen, making those relationships, because it's imperative that these kids see us, because you know what? They become what they see. So let me give this to Brother Merlin Knight. Let's give him a hand.
Well, again, I don't take any credit for this. This came about because of our councilwoman and LaDre Gilbert, who is standing to my right. With them having a conversation, they wanted to make sure that we brought quality care to the city of South Fulton, the entire city, and the corridor just happens to be in a spot in District 5 where it housed, and of course, we made sure where we keep it live in District 5. So we truly want to thank LaDre Gilbert, as well as he was our true focal point to getting it started. Thanks, LaDre.
Good? We got all the pictures? We got all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item.
Brings us to Roman numeral 6, adopt approval of city council meeting minutes. Approval of the regular meeting minutes, September 17, 2025. Work session minutes, September 17, 2025. Alcohol zoning public hearing minutes, September 17, 2025. And city council special call meeting minutes for September 4, 2025.
All right, I believe, let's start with the approval of the council agenda. I believe that you said there were some items, were there some special events or something that needed to be added?
Yeah, we're doing the minutes first.
We're doing the minutes first?
Yeah.
Okay. That's, got you. All right. Well, the chair will entertain. Is everybody, first off, in the 7 o'clock queue? We will be voting Please raise your hand if you have difficulty transitioning into the 7 o'clock queue. Yes, you're going to check in as a voting member. Is that vote open in the queue, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, I need a motion in a second first.
Okay. The chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the city council meeting minutes as sounded. Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is everyone able to get into the queue to vote? With those of you who cannot get into the queue, please raise your hands. This is not a vote. We just want to see who's having problems right now getting into the queue. Our IT professionals are standing by. All right, you see those hands. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take this vote by a show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item, that brings us to the adoption of the council agenda. As mentioned, there were several additions that need to be made for tonight's agenda. I'll read off the ones that I'm aware of and have the council members add where needed. For District 3 special event under Roman numeral 14, Councilmember Willis is requesting the addition of a walk-on item for a special event for music, business, politics, Hall Mo Wing 2025 special event. It's a private party that will occur on October 31st, 10 p.m. to November 1st, in the rear of 4450 Commerce Drive with food trucks and bar services. Additionally, it's my understanding from speaking with the city attorney that item 8B, which refers to amending public hearings and participation to allow unrestricted public comment, sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett, is not ready to be considered this evening.
Hold on, there's a lot of crosstalk. I just want to be, you're saying the city attorney has asked for that item to be removed?
Right, well, it wasn't ready. We have the same draft that we had at the last meeting in there, so they haven't seen an updated draft yet.
Sounds like we'll have some discussion about that, but go ahead. What are the other items, sir?
The other item is a correction on item 8B7 under the condemnation. The wrong street name is listed for that item. It should be Stonewall Tail and Jones Pittman Road Roundabout. Item 8B7, condemnation. So instead of request council approval of a resolution authorizing use of eminent domain to acquire real property interests necessary to complete the Stonewall Tail and Pittman Jones Road roundabout. That is the correction. And with that, Mr. Mayor.
Just to be clear, so people are having trouble following along, That is under Roman numeral 13, regular agenda items, B.
B7.
B, which is Public Works, and it's item number 7.
Yes.
And
It should be a combination of a roundabout project at Stonewall Tail and Jones/Pittman Road, and not Union Road.
Okay. All right. I do want to go ahead and direct the additional, the special events to Roman numeral 14, walk-on items. And Dr. Cooper, if you will just, check with our master list on those dates to see what other events we have going on those days. Was there another addition other than the events? I'm coming to council, but was there another? I know we had some corrections, but was there another?
Yeah, no addition. We removed one item, added an item, and corrected an item. I would like to say, that I got the microphone, that Mr. McClendon mentioned walking on a resolution, but we're not going to do that at this time?
No.
For the comprehensive plan?
Yeah, no.
Okay.
The chair recognizes Councilman Willis, and then you're next.
Yes, a couple of things. Number one, procedurally, public comments has been posted on this agenda before zoning, and the city attorney opined that zoning cases we should not hear public comment on zoning cases. And so we had started putting public comments after voting on zoning cases. Did you notice that? Can you ask the city attorney if she can opine on that before I have two more items?
Madam City Attorney, is there any legislation requiring public comments to be heard after the zoning cases?
Is there any legislation? No. But as far as preventing the confusion regarding public comment and things of that nature and what can and can't be commented on, based on my consultation with the zoning law expert that helped inform you all as well, it was just better to put public comment after the zoning decision to make it abundantly clear to the public that zoning comments regarding zoning applications should take place during the zoning public hearing for which that application was considered.
Thank you. So you have made that announcement for the audience. You have heard you will not be able to make public comment on any zoning votes that we have tonight. But
I have the floor. If you don't mind, I have two more things.
well, actually, I'm going to make a
Okay.
point of order
Okay.
as the chair. Because it looks like we're not going to get to public comments till close to 9 p.m. That's why I have it up at the front of the meeting, because I want people that have been waiting since 7 p.m. to make their public comment. We want to hear from them and not keep them in our meeting all night. So I just wanted to give, so that's my ruling, that we're going to keep public comments where they are so that it can be right after this conversation. Go ahead.
I actually am going to make a motion because we can vote to move it. So I'm going to actually make a motion to move public comments after the zoning hearing. The other thing I would like to add, I would like to add a vaccination event at Burdett Park for October 29th, Wednesday, from 10 to 2. That's on a Wednesday. And lastly, procedurally, would you please ask the city attorney to opine on item number, it's the forensic audit. We received, it was item number 13, Roman numeral 13. One, so our legislative period requires new legislation to go through a legislative process to give opportunity for city manager, city council to comment on. It's a 7-day period, and this did not go through that process, and it's on the agenda. If it has not gone through our process, there is a policy that says that it can be walked on. And so I would like to make a motion to remove the resolution for forensic audit off of the agenda. So those are my two motions. I don't know what your pleasure is to hear the motions. Do you want to hear them separately, or do you want to hear from everyone else?
I think what we should do is hear from the other council people to see if they have any amendments to the agenda that they would like to make. Does anyone else have any other amendments to the agenda? The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
So before, I haven't yielded. My question is, I have two motions I would like to make. One of my motions is to move public comments after zoning. The other one is to remove resolution for forensic audit. So those are two motions I would like to make. Would you like me to make the motions now, or would you like for me to wait till after everyone else is?
I would like for you to wait.
Okay, thank you.
The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, I had emailed you about these, I believe I emailed you about two items. A trunk or treat at Orchard Springs Apartments on October 31st from 5 to 8, and a Halloween trunk or treat at Shock Fitness on October 31st from 5 to 8. And I'd like to add those items to the agenda.
What was the first date?
They're both the same date, October 31st.
Anyone else? Any other additions, subtractions, amendments? All right, seeing and hearing none. I'm going to take these in reverse order. We have, I believe, 5 events, 5 special events that we're adding to tonight's agenda. I heard 2 trunk or treats.
3.
3. You had 3, right?
I have 3 and then 1 special event, a private permit that's submitted. So 3 special events and then 1 permit.
3 special events, a permit, and then you had 2 events in addition to your 3, correct?
No, that's inclusive
That's
of.
inclusive, okay, we got it. So we're gonna vote on adding all of these special events to the agenda. Let's take that vote by a show of hands. I'm sorry, I'll entertain a motion to add these special events to the agenda.
I move to add these special events as sounded to the agenda.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take that vote by a show of hands. All right, I will now entertain your first motion, Councilman Willis, about the public comment.
I move that we move public comments to after the zoning agenda, which is after room number 11C, and that would be before the consent agenda. The public comments to be made before the consent agenda, instead of before the zoning. D. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, for letter D. Public comments to be letter D. After the zoning.
Is there a second? Second. All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? I do have discussion. I just want to reiterate that once again, I try to make these agendas with our public in mind. These are not just our council meetings. These
Point
are
of order.
I'm ruling. Or actually, I'm sorry, I'm not. What is your point of order?
procedurally that you're not supposed to participate in comments. We have a parliamentarian here. Your job is to chair the meeting.
Madam Parliamentarian, I'm not supposed to call on you, but if you can just confirm who rules on points of order.
No, but my point of
we,
order was a
we have a
violation.
point of order on the floor. I rule on points of order.
It's a violation.
I make the final ruling. You can do what you want with that, but just want to check with the parliamentarian. Red means hot, green means not. Or might be opposite. Green means hot on your mic, sorry.
Thank you. According to your documents, I can answer the point of order when directed by you.
All right, would you like to answer that point of order, whether or not the chair can speak during discussion on a vote?
The point of order is well taken.
Which means for those of us who are not is versed.
Meaning normally in small boards, 12 and under. Well, actually, it's not well taken. In small boards, 12 or under, the presiding officer can speak in debate.
Thank you. So, as I was saying, when I created this agenda, which is for a public meeting, not only of this council, but the shareholders of the city of South Fulton, I'd like to take into account getting them out on time in terms of public comment. You will see that we have returned to our regularly scheduled, we've returned to putting the times of the agenda on the meeting, which we published. And we said the public comment would begin around this time, around 8:22 p.m., not 20 minutes later after we vote on zoning cases. So I would just like to ask the council before moving this that we consider the time of residents who showed up here around 8:22 to deliver their public comment as published in the agenda. And I do see Councilwoman Pritchett in the queue.
So, Mr. Mayor, I do want to make this clear for the public so everybody understands. I understand that you added the time to the agenda, but this was not a we. That is a decision that you made as the chair. As the mayor and the chair, you have the agenda drafted, and that was a decision you made. It was not a we. I just want that to be clear. If the citizens asked you, they didn't ask us, and we did not vote on that. So I want that to be clear. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
All right, so let's take this vote. Is everybody able to get into the queue now?
What are we voting on?
We're voting on moving the public comment until after the zoning votes. We'll just do this by show of hands. Who wants to move the public comment?
6, 7? That was approved unanimously, 7. Oh, no?
6-1.
Approved 6-0.
It's approved 6-1. Y'all hold on, we're gonna do some votes and then we'll get right to you. All right, but first we gotta get through approving the agenda. There is a second vote, but first I wanna just defer to our city attorney, Madam Attorney.
I just want to make sure the recording of the vote is 6-1, not 6-0.
All right, we have another motion on the floor. Councilwoman Willis.
I move that the city manager gave us we had a thorough explanation during the work session about audits and forensic audits. So I move that we table the forensic audit on the agenda. I think that was number 8A1. Table the forensic audit 13A1 because it did not go through the legislative process, and the city manager during the work session, we had a robust discussion, so I don't think we should continue to rehash this. So I would like to pull this off of the agenda and table this until the city manager, or unless the city manager feels that we need to have further discussion on this forensic audit. It means it won't come back. Huh? Right, but it won't come back if I table it until the unless the city manager decides. If we remove it, it'll come back next week. Can I get some direction on how we need to do that, Mayor? Could you have the city attorney or the parliamentarian pie? Because I think.
There is a motion on the floor to table. Is there a second for the motion to
I
table?
remove my motion. Would you please ask the parliamentarian or
No,
the city?
I will not. I chair the meeting. I speak to the parliamentarian exclusively, and then I rule on all points of order. That is what the charter says. That is what Robert's Rule of
Okay,
Order
well,
says.
I would
So if
like
you
to
have
restate my motion.
If you have removed your motion, I will entertain a new motion by Councilwoman Willis.
I will motion that we remove this forensic audit discussion off of the agenda indefinitely.
There is a motion to remove the forensic audit indefinitely. It has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor. So I am looking in the legislative portal, and I see that we received this resolution on Friday at 2:16 p.m. that it says that the legislative comment period will conclude on October 21st, which I believe is in keeping with what the charter calls for. And this is probably going to be a question for the city attorney, but I am not confident, well, one, that this should have been on the agenda in the first place, given that we are still in the legislative comment period. And I don't see any comments that have been put into the legislative portal yet, since we've had it about 48 business hours, number one. But number two, I guess the first question is whether or not this should have been on the agenda in the first place, given that we are still in the legislative comment period based on what the charter says. And then as a follow-up to that, can we remove indefinitely something from the agenda that is still in the legislative comment period, given that the comment period hasn't closed and it shouldn't have appeared on the agenda in the first place?
So I'm going to take those one at a time. When it comes to legislation that has not been in the portal for the requisite amount of time, there's a way for it to have been walked on, but as far as it being placed on the agenda, that was incorrect according to the charter. It needed to have been in the portal for a certain amount of time before it can make its way onto the agenda during the regular agenda process. As I mentioned before, if there was an opportunity for it to be walked on, that's a way that it could have been added to the agenda as a walk-on item if it had not been in the portal for a requisite amount of time. Now, regarding your second question, I think I followed you, so I'm going to attempt to answer it. If I'm not answering it, let me know, okay? It is the pleasure of the council, if there's a motion on the floor, that you all can consider it and vote on it. When it comes to tabling or removing something indefinitely, if that's what the council wants to do, that seems more of a parliamentarian question as opposed to a legal one as far as whether or not you can remove something indefinitely. But even if it hasn't been in the portal for a requisite amount of time, there's nothing in our charter saying that it has to be in the portal for a requisite amount of time to remove it from the agenda, given that it shouldn't have been on the agenda to begin with.
I think I'm with you. I think I followed all of that. Yeah, okay. I need to noodle that some.
All right, just a point of information for our city attorney. Was the original forensic audit in the queue or was it walked on? I believe it was, I was chairing that meeting and I knew nothing about it, so I believed it was walked on. Or a vote was just called for it in the midst of a meeting.
Even if it was walked on, it wasn't added to the agenda beforehand without it being in the portal a requisite amount of time. So in this case, there was a piece of legislation. It could have been walked on, but it was added to the agenda without it being in the portal for a requisite amount of time.
And one more follow-up point of information. Is the chair allowed to walk on an item? To make a motion to walk on an item? Because that's how we walk on items, but through motions.
You can present a piece of legislation and then ask for a motion for it to be added on.
Perfect. All right. The chair recognizes, you'll have to tell the clerk, that's, if you're not able to get in, you'll have to tell the clerk. The chair recognizes Dr. Rao.
This is just the kind of thing that our public wants us to stop doing. We have beat this horse to death. For those who want to question what's been done, you can go look on the website under transparency. They reviewed over $2 million in transactions. It has detailed information. And yes, it included the city council and all 85 other P card users. And so we just got to stop. I'm just saying, you know what I'm saying. They don't want us to go back and forth. I support removing it for the agenda. We're not going to keep beating this dead horse. And stop playing with these people's time. You talk about you're interested in everybody, you know, we don't want to be here all night. And you knew the process required you to go through the legislative queue.
The chair
That's
recognizes.
all I have, yeah, I'm finished now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her second time.
The city manager gave a thorough explanation. Again, we don't have to keep beating this horse. During the work session, we had a very thorough discussion, very diplomatic discussion. And to keep inciting or gaslighting residents that we need to continue doing forensic audits is irresponsible. People are tired of us going back and forth. You are misleading residents and having them think that we are doing something that with our finances that are not in the best interest of the tax dollars. I've shared both audits in my newsletter. This did not go through the process. I'm asking that we stop this. Stop misleading residents. Stop gaslighting residents. Own up to your own misdeeds. Own up to your own misdeeds. There were findings in the forensic audit that was done. Baker and Tilly did not recommend that we continue to do forensic audits. Now, what should be discussed, which I think should be done in executive session, not in public, is how we amend the garnishment to add the findings that was in the forensic audit. But we should discuss that in executive session. I'm asking that my colleagues support me in removing this item indefinitely for two reasons. One, it did not go through the legislative process properly. And number two, we have already discussed this thoroughly. Thank you.
You can after the people can do that after the next speaker if they'd like. I'm asking our city clerk to please pull up on the screen the overview of the purchasing card program from the city. The chair recognizes the councilwoman from District 1 for her point of order.
This is not on the agenda. We're going to stay on task, period.
I'm sorry, a point of order is directed for it is a question of procedural inquiry. You made no question of procedural inquiry, so you actually just use point of order to interrupt the
It's not on the
conversation.
agenda, so we shouldn't be entertaining it, period.
The chair gets to rule on the point of order, and I rule that as it has been on the published agenda and that we are currently in discussion, and you got to make comment, and Councilwoman Willis got to make comment, and Councilwoman Williams-Brown got to make comment.
Point of order, Mayor.
I'm ruling on a point of order right now. I am ruling on a point of order right now. And so since 3 members of council have gotten to make comment about an agenda item that I am trying to entertain some discussion on, I would like to also make comment. Since the 3 of you got to make comment, I would like to make comment, and
I made a point of order.
I'm ruling on the previous point of order.
And I have another.
And furthermore, I would like to make comment without people talking over me with points of order.
Point of order.
And so that is my ruling. Councilwoman Willis, what is your point of order?
According to our policy, I can, with a point of order, move for you to be removed for disrupting the meeting, because that's what you're doing now.
Councilwoman Willis,
That's my motion.
that is, I'm going to check with the.
That's in our
Actually,
policy.
I don't need to check. The chair ruled. I'm going to rule, and I want you to hear the entire ruling. We're in a discussion that you started. You spoke, then Councilwoman Williams-Brown spoke. Williams-Brown was first, then you spoke, then Dr. Rao spoke. So 3 members of council got to speak on the item that I placed on the agenda, but the minute that I try to speak, I can't even get a sentence out without all of these interruptions of point of order. So if you would just allow me 60 seconds to finish my point, then we can vote however you all would like, since everyone else got to speak. Is that?
That's not what our policy says.
Well, I have just made a ruling as the chair.
Point of order.
That as we are in discussion, if, and I want to be clear, for the sake of fairness, were that a point of order that you were concerned about, you should have raised it before you started talking. But you talked.
Point of order, Mayor.
I'm ruling on your point of order right now. And I just want you to understand that I continue speaking, ruling on the point of order until you raise the next point of order. So we can continue doing this all day. I will rule on every point of order that you make. And so right now, I believe that you are being disruptive, because if you would just allow me these 60 seconds to explain what I would like to happen next, then the council can vote.
Point of order.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her next point of order.
I call for decorum. You have now violated 2 of our policies. I call for point of order and motion for you to be removed for being disruptive. Now I call for point of order for decorum. City Attorney, can you put, that's in our policy, and you allowing this to happen, and he's violating our policy.
I just want to say for the record, I'm not allowing anything. It's perfectly fine for the chair to confer with the parliamentarian, which I believe he's doing now, and I believe a ruling is forthcoming.
I rule that that is out of order, because we started a discussion on this topic, and it would be unfair for the rest of the people in the queue, including my colleague, Councilman J.C. Sebastian. Once you start a discussion, I believe that it's unfair for you to try to shut the discussion down after you said your piece. So I'm going to finish these next 60
Point of
seconds,
order.
or you can, or we can continue
I
doing this.
disagree with the
all
ruling of the
right.
chair.
So at this point, I believe that we have lost.
No, I'm following.
I believe that we have lost decorum. The chair can say that decorum has been lost and can ask for our sergeant of arms to remove the person who is interrupting the flow of the meeting. That is my ruling. So, Dr. Alexander, as the head of public safety, I am ruling that we remove Councilwoman Willis for disrupting the meeting. That is my ruling. Please remove Councilwoman Willis from this meeting.
No, we're not going to do that. What I will ask is that I need some direction from the city attorney here as to how we need to proceed with this, but we're not going to remove anyone from this meeting.
Her mic isn't on. Nope. It's not. There's two people's mics that are on. Only two mics can be on. One is the chair and one is the speaker. Go ahead.
So one, I would just like to make a unofficial statement. I think we all just need to take a deep breath for a second, okay? I think tensions are a little bit high. I would like to direct, putting my legal hat back on, to section 1-3002 of the charter, subsection I regarding decorum, subsection number 2 regarding enforcement. It says the mayor shall enforce the rules of decorum. Section B says violation by the mayor or a council member. Subsection 1, if the mayor or council member believes another member has violated a particular rule of decorum, he or she, upon recognition by the mayor, may raise a point of order. Another council member need not second that point of order before the issue can be considered. Upon raising the point of order, the mayor may rule on the issue or may allow the entire council to decide the issue by a majority vote. In the event the mayor is alleged to have violated a particular rule of decorum, the duties assigned to the mayor in this subsection shall be performed by the mayor pro tem. The penalties provided in subsection 3 of the section may be imposed only where the following conditions are met. 1, the issue raised by the point of order is considered by the entire council. 2, the mayor or council member alleged to have committed the violation is provided written or oral notice of the alleged violation. 3, the mayor or council member alleged to have committed the violation is provided an opportunity to be heard by the other members of the council in defense of the charge. And 4, 5 members of the council affirmatively vote to 1, find the violation occurred, and 2, impose the penalty.
So 20 minutes ago, I was trying to make a sentence that I have not been able to complete. I'm not sure what to do with that. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis. Every time she calls point of order, the entire meeting stops. Just want you to understand that. And I, according to Robert's rules, I am required to acknowledge her point of order. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for your point of order.
Point of order have been called by me and my colleague. Several of us called the point of order to ask you to stop disrupting the meeting and to allow this measure to be pulled off of the agenda because it has been opined that it should not have been on the agenda. You refuse to allow us to move on with the meeting without pulling the item off the agenda. We also asked for us to not bring this item back, and you refuse to allow us to move on. No one has raised their voice. Everybody has sat here calmly, and you keep trying to make the case to leave this item on the agenda. It is disruptive. In our ordinance, it says that if someone is disrupting the meeting, we can call for point of order. We can call for decorum. 3 of us have, on several occasions, asked you, Mayor, we have a motion on the floor, and that is to remove this item off of the agenda because it should not have been on the agenda in the first place. The city attorney opined. We also have the right to overrule your ruling. We are asking for you to allow this meeting to go on and let us carry out the motion on the floor. That is my point of order. All of this is about your determination to talk about an item on the agenda that should not have ever been on the agenda.
Thank you, Councilwoman Willis. I'm going to rule now on your point of order. It is not my intention to try and keep this on the agenda. Had you let me finish my sentence 15 minutes ago, what I would have said is that in our 4 p.m. discussion, it was revealed that only one member of this council has had a forensic audit, and that only one member of this council will not be given a P card or allowed to spend any of their money in the FY 2026 agenda, that I cannot spend a dollar until this council votes to unfreeze my accounts. Now, considering that the P card overview that is available online stated that 30% of all of the P card spending happened from city council spending in the past 2 years. And whereas that the findings of that same report of all 76 P cards found that across 76 P cards in 17 departments, city P card practices were inconsistent with best prudent practice, exposed the organization to waste, misuse, fraud, and reputational damage, and a loss of public trust. That is what the report said, that across all 76 P cards, there were inconsistent practices, exposure to waste, misuse, fraud, reputational damage, and loss of the public trust. That is what the report says about all 76 P cards. However, the only person who does not have a P card and whose spending has been frozen for 9 months, the only one of the 76 P card holders whose spending has been frozen completely is the mayor. So I would be happy to remove this forensic audit. I didn't want the first one to happen. I would be happy. I didn't, because what I know is that the P card audit from 2 years ago showed student loan payments being made, and that we have so many excessive dry cleaning charges and food charges across the 76 P cards. I'm ruling on the point of order. I'm ruling on the point of order. A point of order has been called, and the chair is ruling on the point of order. So again, because all of these things have been found across all the P cards, but only one person's P card and city council account has been frozen, I would be happy to remove this forensic audit, though over 100 residents by petition have asked for it. I would be happy to remove this and ask that we add to the agenda a reconsideration of the freezing of one person's P card and one person's account. If we can unfreeze the accounts, we can just all move forward together with our new process, as was discussed, as the city manager did say in our 4 p.m. meeting, that the mayor's account could be unfrozen for FY 26, and that the mayor could be issued a P card for FY 26, consistent with all of our new reporting practices, that I could be issued that P card and the council can still continue with their $10,000 lawsuit against me to have me repay funds to the city. And so my ruling is I am happy to remove it. I'm happy to call for the vote to remove it. I am going to ask to amend the agenda to add a reconsideration of the freezing of the mayor's account and P card. So with that, let's take the vote. Oh, I'm sorry. The Councilman Sebastian, you have been waiting to speak, but it sounds like the council wants to move on. The chair recognizes The city attorney.
So I just want to make sure we're all clear on what's on the table at the moment. It appears that there was a motion made by the chair to call the question. I'm not entirely sure that that's proper. I do believe that Councilman Sebastian has been waiting patiently. I do think out of fairness, again, it's up to the council. If
Right.
someone wants to call the question, that is up to y'all. But I would like to acknowledge that Councilman Sebastian has been waiting patiently to be acknowledged.
I do acknowledge that, and I would love for Councilman Sebastian to speak. I just want to be clear that people said they wanted to move on. Councilman Sebastian, the chair recognizes you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I am so embarrassed. First of all, Mr. Mayor, this agenda, which you're responsible to get to this council, was sent to us a little before 7 p.m. last Friday on a holiday weekend when staff is not available on Monday to answer questions. Now, by the way, I was the second one to shout discussion and was not allowed to speak. And those of you who have followed these meetings have known or have seen at least 4 times this council had to vote to overrule this mayor to let me speak. I probably am the one that speak less up here. But Councilmember Willis, when I speak long. I think it's embarrassing. When I read that agenda on Friday, I said, here we go. It's election time. And that's what we are seeing right now. You think, Mr. Mayor, I, J.C. Sebastian, will waste this city's money doing a forensic audit for District 4 when every single year I have put money back into the general fund and I haven't had a single missing receipt in 4 years. You can't say that. And you keep saying about forensic audit, it was triggered by your actions and called from the citizens based on your spending. And you just keep, someone said, gaslighting the citizens of our city and not ever taking responsibility, man. Come on. This is absolutely ridiculous. It was how you were managing that money and wasting it that forced this council to take the actions that we had to take to protect the citizens' money. So for you to be calling for forensic audits when we just had these audits done and exposed all of this stuff, and we have put policies in place to close some of these things. And as far as I know, the issues with another council member that came out from those audits, that council member is not even here anymore. That was the most egregious stuff. So you keep pushing it out there as if we have something to hide, and we're saying, no, we don't. But stop wasting our time and wasting the citizens' money. You're the highest elected official in this city. And I'm sorry. You keep embarrassing us, man. It's really, really hard, because you know from day one, before we got sworn in, I got with you. And I asked 3 things. I said, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if people expected you to be here. I don't know if people expected me to be here. But I just asked these 3 things of you. Respect your colleagues on council, look after our employees, and look out for the well-being of our citizens of our city. And we'll have no issues. I even agreed with you when you wanted to do the committee things. I agreed with you when you wanted to raise the minimum wage and a few other things. But then you go, and the first issue that happened, you went and you spoke to the former council person in my district, rather than coming to me as a duly elected person. Mr. Mayor, I am begging you. stop this line, stop this warfare. Because I could tell when I looked at that agenda Friday night, I think I text one of my colleagues and said, here we go. It's going to be a doozy this coming Tuesday. And I'm really, really embarrassed. We have such a glorious opportunity in this city called the city of South Fulton. And we keep kicking ourselves in the head. Embarrassing people, turn away employees. I am hoping we can do better. I am praying we could do better. Because you know what? If this was a company, a private company, I would have been long out the door. I would be telling y'all, you know, good night. I have better things to do. But I have to stay here because I have to represent the people of this city and the people of my district who asked me to be here to represent them. And with that, I am calling for the question.
All right, the question has been called. It has been advised by our parliamentarian that we actually do not need 5 votes. We just need 4 votes. So the question has been called. I will take this vote by show of hands to call the question. All right.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Councilmember Bell? 7-0, unanimous to call the question.
All right. Thank you. And then let's vote. The vote is to remove the forensic audit from the agenda indefinitely.
Yeah, we have it. Councilmember Willis made the motion, seconded by Councilmember Bell. So 1, 2, 3, unanimous. That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, thank you. I am going to, and the chair will entertain a motion to add to the agenda reconsideration to unfreeze the mayor's account and issue the mayor a P card for FY 2026. Well, first of all, I'm calling for a motion, so someone has to make a motion before we have discussion. No, I can't make a motion. I can just call for a motion. All right, seeing and hearing none, that has failed. We are now back to our original motion from 8:30, which is to approve the council agenda as amended. That vote will be taken in the queue. If everybody can log into the queue, I believe that you have already received a pop-up to review the council agenda as amended. Okay, so for whoever.
Need a motion, second, yeah.
All right, I'll entertain a motion in a second to approve the council agenda as amended.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the adoption of the council meeting agenda as sounded. Oh, as amended, I apologize.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue, and we will get the voice vote of Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
That motion was approved unanimously as amended.
All right, thank you. We are now on to, as amended, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item, which I believe is Roman numeral 9. I'm sorry, yes, Roman numeral 9.
It's alcohol license rezoning, variance, and modification cases for withdrawal. Case U25-009, application by Braff Brothers LLC, requesting a special use permit to operate a convenience store at 2380 Sheriff Road. This property is located in Council District 6. So this is for withdrawal by the applicant.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to withdraw case U25-009 as sounded.
Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote in the queue. Let's take this vote in the queue and by show of hands for those who cannot get in the queue.
That motion to withdraw was approved 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to Roman numeral 10, letter A, council consideration of an override of the mayor's veto of a zoning ordinance, KZ 25-013, application by Battle Law requesting rezoning from AG1 to NUP to develop 37 single-family detached homes on 8.30 acres at 0 Allen Drive. It's located in Council District 5. Staff recommendation was approval conditional, and Planning Commission recommendation was denial.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to override.
Yes. Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue.
Motion to override the mayor's veto was approved 7-0.
All right, I'm just holding. We got some things happening up here. All right, the chair, please sound the next item, Mr. Clerk.
Next item is letter B, council consideration of override of the mayor's veto of zoning ordinance case Z 24-012, CDP 25-007, CV 24-003, application by SECC Land LLC, care of Hakeem Hilliard, requesting rezoning from C1 in the Cliffordale Overlay District to CUP and AG1 to A1 at 0 Campbellton Circle to develop 314 multifamily units on 27.04 acres of land, along with a comprehensive development plan amendment from Suburban Neighborhood 1 to Community Live Work. The applicant is also seeking a concurrent variance to exceed the height restriction of no more than 50 feet. This property is located in Council District 2.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I'd like to make a motion to override the mayor's veto on zoning ordinance case Z 24-012 /CDP 25-007 /CV 24-003.
All right. Mr. Clerk, I've sent you something to put up on the screen. The item has been motioned and seconded, but I do have a point of order. Before I rule on my own point of order, I do just want to confirm, is the attorney for this particular item Mr. Hakeem Hilliard? Can someone confirm who the attorney is representing this zoning case? I'm sorry? Okay, great. All right, it is. All right, so I am in possession of a photo and a post from I Am Carmelita Gums in which Hakeem Hilliard, who is the attorney for this project, is speaking at a fundraising event for Carmelita Gums for mayor. I believe that in keeping with both Robert's rules and the city council charter that discusses points of conflict or conflicts of interest, that Councilwoman Gums should not be making motions or participating in discussion on a zoning item whose attorney has appeared at her fundraising event for mayor because that constitutes a conflict of interest for which Councilwoman Gums would have a financial gain, namely a $10,000 increase if she was voted for mayor. So that is, I believe, sufficient enough to ask Councilwoman Gums not to participate in this vote or in any conversation about this vote. That is my ruling. So the chair will enter, the chair will at this time entertain a new motion. There may be other people that want to motion in second, and then we'll be in discussion on the new motion. Is there?
Mr. Mayor, I move to override your veto with regards to the case of
Second.
All right, it has been properly moved and seconded.
I have discussion.
We are now in discussion. There is a speaker ahead of you in the queue. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis. Councilwoman Willis?
Yes, thank you.
You have to, yeah.
I asked Councilmember Gums not to even dignify the allegations with a response. Attorney Hilliard is a renowned, highly respected attorney, and he knows what he can do legally and what he cannot do legally. Councilmember Gums knows what she can do as an elected official legally and what she cannot do illegally. And she knows the proper disclosure guidelines. And so I ask that we stop the shenanigans, stop the personal attacks, stop being vindictive, stop being disrespectful to the residents who came before this council and asked us to support this development that has been in process for 3 years. That the developer and the community work together to bring before this council. Please stop the personal attacks. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm going to confer with our city attorney. There has been an assertion that my concern about this conflict of interest is not substantial. And I would seek your guidance, Madam City Attorney, about this possible conflict of interest.
So in this case, there are a number of pertinent questions that we don't yet have the answers to. I'm not sure if those are going to be answered tonight or not. But if there has been in any instance where the attorney has contributed financially to her campaign, and then he then turned around to be the attorney representing an application before the council, according to section 2.15 prohibition subsection B of the charter, then any elected official, appointed officer, or employee who has a private financial interest directly or indirectly in any contract or matter pending before or within any department of the city shall disclose such private interest to the city council. The mayor or any council member who has a private interest in any matter pending before the city council shall disclose such private interest, and such disclosure shall be entered on the records of the city council, and he or she shall disqualify himself or herself from participating in any decision or vote related thereto. Now, based on the information we have right now, I have not seen that we have risen to that level. Again, there's questions that could be asked and perhaps answered, but as we sit here right now, I have not seen that there has been a financial interest affirmatively in the form of a financial contribution or thing of that nature. If there was, I would encourage any council member to please disclose it and as a result disqualify themselves from participating in the discussion and the vote.
Thank you. And just one follow-up question. So I want to be clear that appearing at a fundraising event could not be considered or would not be considered as even an in-kind contribution to a campaign.
Appearing at a event in and of itself would not. However, if there was a financial contribution, if there was a solicitation, things of that nature, perhaps, but just appearing at an event in and of itself would not create the level that Section 2.15 is contemplating.
Okay, I was not at the event. I am also not clear. I've raised this as a point. I've raised this as a point because as you've read, if there is a concern, that the concern should be announced before the vote. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian. Councilwoman Willis would like to talk for more time. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her remaining time.
I just ask that you're talking about people character. You're talking about people integrity. And it appears that you're mad because he's not supporting you. And the thing about it is, all of us have events, kickoff campaign events, and people show up and speak about our body of work, and they show up and speak about, why they think we should remain in office or why we should go for higher office, and there is nothing wrong with that. And nobody interrogated people who supported you at one time. Nobody interrogated people. We can go through a list of people that we can assume that ended up getting terminated, that you helped.
Okay, you still have 2 minutes and 26 seconds. Are you done?
Yes, that you helped.
Okay, go ahead.
That supported you. You have people that no longer work here, but their organizations is on your bond paperwork. So people supported you too, Mayor. Stop it.
Thank you. You do have 2 minutes left. Okay, you yield. Okay, I just want to, as a point of information, say that no one who supported me had an item come up for vote at a council meeting prior to their financial support of me. Had they, I would have, as instructed by the city attorney, revealed that I might have a financial interest in the outcome of a vote. And though I do not get a vote as mayor, I might have still recused myself from the discussion. The chair recognizes Councilman Sebastian.
I do understand, and the attorney laid out the rules in the law. And it's up to council member who's here, or members who are here, to follow the rules and the law. However, let me say this. We had a presentation, what seems like yesterday now, about our comprehensive plan and all of that. Do you know what I heard the young lady kept saying? When we talk to residents, they want mixed-use development. They want live, work, and play stuff, right? Am I the only one that heard that? No. I'm also a little bit taken aback that we are now focusing on people rather than the business of the people. Again, it is one of those things that I saw that veto and I said, here we go. Mayor, I called you and I pointed you in the direction of some of that information that's coming from our residents. The people from Clifton, the Cliftondale Community Association is probably the hardest association in our city to get anything through and done in that community. They have standards that are like cloud level. A lot of those people came here. A lot of those people came here.
Did you have a point of order? Okay.
In support. A lot of those people came here in support. There were a few against, but always happens. A lot of the people came here in support. Most of the people that came into this room that spoke the night when we had the hearing for this project came here in support. There are questions about a petition, whether the people on that petition even live in our city. It's an online stuff. Some people are against everything. They just go online and look for something to be against. So I do not give a lot of legitimacy to that unless it comes directly from the community. That's me personally. And the fact that we are talking about bringing a development for which my community is waiting on a similar development, that's actually bigger than this. And they are waiting. They ask me almost every day, when are we starting this? When are we starting that? Right? And to see that we're here sort of questioning people's integrity, inciting stuff, and using, in my opinion, and you can give this to your friend and play it all election season, that you're inciting a riot in the city. That's what you're doing. You're inciting a riot in this meeting setting. And you're continuing to use your office in a way that it seems as if every day your goal is just to fight this council. And all we're left to do is to try and defend the resources for the city and to try and get things done here. So, we're either going to vote this up or vote this down. We have a motion and a second already, or do we need to redo the motion? Because I'm ready to call for the vote.
Do we have a motion in a second?
All right, I'm calling for the vote. Let's vote, up or down.
All right, well, the proper motion is calling the question,
calling
which I believe you're
to the
doing. Is you're calling the question?
All right, let me withdraw it. Let me withdraw it.
Okay. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have a question. So I heard you say that you are in possession of a picture of Hakeem at an event for Carmelita's campaign for mayor. What I did not hear you say is that you are in possession of documentation that Hakeem actually made a financial contribution to Councilwoman Gunn's campaign. As we have been sitting here arguing about this for the past 20 minutes, I've been scrolling through her campaign disclosure forms because this is published on the city's website for anyone to be able to look at. And I don't see his name on either of the three disclosures that have been filed. And so my question to you is, do you have anything that documents a contribution was made to her campaign? Or is this argument about somebody showing up at an event and being in a picture?
Are you asking me to answer the question?
I'm asking you,
Right.
do you have anything besides a picture to prove that that Hakeem Hilliard made a contribution to Councilwoman Gunn's campaign for mayor?
And to answer your question, Councilwoman Williams-Brown, all I have is this picture. But what I have heard from our attorney is that if a person on the mic at a campaign fundraiser spoke, and at that campaign fundraiser, a solicitation for contributions were made, that might be considered as an in-kind contribution. That's what I heard. I heard one of the questions was, at the event, was a solicitation for campaign contributions made? I don't have the answer to that question. which is why I have posed it to the city attorney, and I have brought it up now. We can vote however folks like, but that was
But
what was brought up.
Okay, and so the answer to my question is no. I'm going to go out on a limb, and I'm going to guess that you were not in the room to hear what was said. I know that I certainly was not in the room to hear what was said. And so attempting to force a council member to recuse herself from a vote on the strength of a photo that tells us absolutely nothing about what went on, in my opinion, is a bridge too far. If there was documentation, that's one thing. If it was on her campaign disclosure, that's one thing. If there was a canceled check, a bank statement, but our city attorney has asked us repeatedly to stop using the legislative processes to attack each other. And we have spent the past nearly hour and a half on agenda items that have done nothing but yield attacks on each other. It is not fair to Councilwoman Gomes to take a picture and try to force her to not vote on an item. Because the reality is, everything that is happening in this room right now, people are taking pictures, they're taking audio. I'm sure they've gone on Facebook Live because there's plenty of messy Marys in the room that love to stir up trouble on social media. And I didn't call nobody's names, did I? I didn't call not a name. Because everybody up here got their phones out texting. So we're very clear that there's symbiosis between the council and the public. We have gone way far afield. And with that, Councilman Sebastian, I call the question.
All right, we have a motion to call the question, which does not require a second, and only requires 4 votes. So let's, it does require a second. Second. All right, it's been seconded. Let's take a vote to call the question by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, and then let's take this motion to override the veto of this zoning application in the queue. No, override needs 5. I don't know. Let's get 5 just to be sure.
Motion to override The mayor's veto is approved 5-2.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to Roman numeral 11A. Second reading, request council approval of a rezoning ordinance, case Z25-028, CDP 25-010, application by John Jordan, care of Lee and Ree Ocean, requesting a rezoning from R3 to AG1 to develop community produce farm on 3.41 acres at 1880 and 1860 Dove Drive, 4943 and Zone Avenue, requesting future land use designation amendments from suburban 1 to agricultural neighborhood. The property is located in Council District 1. Staff recommendation is denial of both. Planning Commission recommendation is approval with conditions and approval on CDP 2510.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to defer to December 9th, 2025.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote in the queue.
The motion says to override, not defer. Not to defer. The language. Is that what it says override? It says override. It says a motion to override.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, that was the previous one. Okay, the motion to defer to December 9th, 2025 was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter B, second read, and requests council approval of a rezoning ordinance, KZ 25-014, an application by Templar Development, care of Battle Law, requesting rezoning from Sub C in the Cliftondale Overlay District to CUP to develop 121 single-family detached homes on 47.67 acres at 4220, 4320 Union Road, 0 Union Road, 0 Union Road, and 0 Union Road. This property is located in Council District 3. Staff and Planning Commission recommendation is approval conditional.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, we'll take this vote in the queue.
Motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to letter C, second read, and request council approval of rezoning ordinance, KZ 25-006. Applicant is requesting rezone from the A district, medium density apartment district, in the Old National Overlay District to TR for the purpose of constructing 50 townhomes on 8.53 acres of land. This property is located in Council District 6. Staff recommendations approval. Planning Commission recommendations denial.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve case Z25-006 as sounded.
It's been properly motioned and seconded. Is there any discussion? The chair does have discussion for Director McClendon. If you could just elucidate for me and the public that is still with us the reasoning, if you are aware of the Planning Commission's recommendation for denial?
I do not recall, Mr. Mayor. I think this is case Z-25006. This was about 40 cases ago for us. So, actually probably more than that when you count special use permits. So I simply don't recall. I apologize.
All right, my second follow-up question is, this is in the Old National Overlay District. Is this on Old National, or are these on Camp Valley? Where, there is no
This is
address.
on Old National. Are these the, is it McGee Landing? Is this that project? Yeah, so this
Okay,
is right off of Old National.
Thank you. So there's a light there, all the things. Thank you. I'm sorry, one final question. My understanding is that the blue signs, the blue street signs, indicate a street which is privately owned. Do we know if that street is privately owned, and is the developer interested in deeding those streets back to the city if those streets are privately owned?
I don't recall this being a gated community, so these streets will be dedicated back to the city.
They will be dedicated back to the city.
Correct.
All right, thank you. Let's take this vote in the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please, so we're through with the items. We're back, I believe, to public comment now. Please
Yes,
start the next item.
Yes, sir. Well, with that said, Mayor, before I read the rules, the majority of citizens who signed up wanted to talk about zoning cases. And the two remaining folks aren't in the room, Ms. Connie Robinson and Jane Williams, so.
All right, so it looks like we've lost our public comment. So there are no speakers for public comment?
None that have submitted a card.
All right. Are there any speakers for public comment? Seeing and hearing none, please sound the next item.
That brings us to consent agenda, items A, B.
Wouldn't you know, it is 9:40 and we're right back on track. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as sounded.
I move to approve the consent agenda as sounded.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, thank you. Please sound the next item.
That brings us to agenda items under procurement and contracts. Item 2, the General Service Department requesting council approval to enter into an agreement with Max Air Mechanical, B&W Mechanical, and Daking Applied to provide on-call mechanical services for repairs, replacements, installations, and preventive maintenance on various city systems and equipment. Each agreement shall have a total contract value not to exceed $1 million per vendor. Work will be assigned on an as-needed task order basis at the city's discretion with no guarantee of work or minimum order amount for any vendor.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve as sounded.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote in the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
Please on the next item.
Brings us to items under Public Works. First is the Department of Public Works is requesting council to award SD&C the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for the Old National Highway project in the amount not to exceed $3,796,061.45, with a 10% contingency in the amount of $379,606.15 for a total not to exceed amount of $4,175,667.60.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the SD&C contract to the lowest responsive bidder for the Old National Highway Project, ITB 2503, in the amount of $3,796,061.45 with a 10% contingency in the amount of $606.15, not to exceed $4,175,667.60, as well as the Public Works Department's contract to enter into an agreement with construction agreement with the Georgia Department of Transportation for Capital Improvement Project PI 0015624 for SR 279 Old National Highway for SR 138 Jonesboro Road to CR 1391 Flash Hills Road Phase 2 sidewalks. It's agreed that the total maximum reimbursement amount to GDOT will pay is 80%. And so the $3,220,833.16, which is GDOT's maximum obligation. Also, the city's 20% match for the project is $805,208.29, and needs to reimburse GDOT for construction oversight in an amount of $3,200, as well as the Public Works Department requesting to enter into IGA with the City of Atlanta Department of Watershed Management for relocation of existing water facilities that conflict with the project that must be installed, relocated, or adjusted to accommodate the T-Splosh. When I finish, we can still have discussion. B 500-071-601 Butner Road over Camp Creek Bridge replacement intersection improvement.
Hold on. One person at a time. All right. There is a motion and a second.
Discussion.
And now we are in discussion. The chair recognizes Madam City Manager Superdang. Though you're not in the queue, I'm going to go ahead and recognize you.
So the items 1 and 2 are connected to the long-awaited Old National Sidewalk projects. And these are both federally funded, so I was gonna ask that you not lump it in with the other, so that we have on the record a separate vote for these two. Sorry. If it's ever pulled, I just want to make sure that it's.
So I think.
Wait a minute.
It's just my advice, that's all. It's not.
I don't have a queue up. I don't see anybody in the speaker's queue. The chair will recognize, we back to hands. We got all this technology. We back to hands. The chair will recognize Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
So I think what the city manager is trying to say is, since these are basically federal flow-through dollars, and to keep the record clean, and then I'm just gonna put on my grants manager hat for a minute, just to keep the record clean, we would like to have it as, these two things as a separate vote, so that as the records progress, this stands alone, just for documentation purposes, and then we can lump everything else together. But so we can keep everything tight, particularly given how people love to pull things out and misinterpret.
Thank you. I'm going to recognize myself as next in the queue, and I'll go to Councilwoman Rowell. I I second Councilwoman Williams Brown's motion, particularly with all the chaos at the federal level and things being slashed. We want to get this money without any problems as soon as possible, because Ms. Jill Lindsay, who is still with us in the meeting, has been waiting for these sidewalks. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Rowell.
So I will amend my motion to just cover items 1, 2 as sounded.
Okay, so we voting on just one now? Just 1 and 2. We're voting on the federal projects. Let's take this vote in the queue.
That motion to approve items 1 and 2 was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to item 3. The Public Works Department is requesting to enter into an IGA with the City of Atlanta Department of Watershed Management for the relocation of existing water facilities that conflict with the project that must be installed, relocated, and/or adjusted to accommodate T-Splosh 1, B500, 06I, 601 Butner Road over Camp Creek Bridge Replacement and Intersection Improvement Project.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the item as sounded, as well as the Public Works Department requesting to enter an IGA with the City of Atlanta Department of Watershed for relocation of existing water lines that conflict with the project that must be installed, relocated, or adjusted to accommodate the T-Splosh 1 OS 1608 Eden Road at Stonewall Tail Road intersection improvement, as well as the Public Works Department requests approval to enter into an intergovernmental lighting agreement with the Georgia Department of Transportation for the installation of streetlights for State Project PI 0019841 SR 138 Jonesboro Road at CR 581 Bethsaida Road roundabout. And I'll stop right there.
It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote in the queue.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you. Please sound the next item.
So that brings us to item 6. Request council approval of a resolution to authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire real property interests necessary to complete the OSI 608 Enon at Stonewall Tail Roundabout, parcel 10, to authorize the city of South Fulton to condemn said property interests where necessary.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve. Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote in the queue.
Councilors Beth, yes? Okay. That item was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
So that brings us to item number 7, request council approval of a resolution to authorize the use of eminent domain to acquire real property interests necessary to complete the OSI 16 Stonewall Tail at Jones/Pittman Road roundabout, parcel 6 and 7, to authorize the city of South Fulton, Georgia to condemn said property interests where necessary.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue. There's no discussion, seeing and hearing none. Let's take this vote in the queue. I do just want to, you did say the proper street, Stonewall to Outlet. Jones/Pittman, just because it's just appearing wrong.
And what number is this? Okay, thank you. I need to make that notation. That's my district. I got my constituents sitting in the audience that live over there. He gonna get a roundabout.
Yes. Motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to administration section, C1, resolution authorizing acceptance of community-wide assessment grant from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, Brownfields Program, in the amount of $500,000 to perform environmental assessments, site inventories, and reuse planning at select sites in the city, and the execution of the grant agreement along with related documentation providing for an effective date.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? The chair does have discussion. Madam City Manager, there's so much happening in the city, I sometimes don't have time to check in with what's going on at the federal government. Is there still an EPA? Is this a pass-through grant? Like, are we gonna be able to like get this money and spend it before it disappears? There's a shutdown, all these things are happening.
So I don't have a crystal ball, but as of the awarding of this grant, which was about a month ago, there was still an EPA. And they have not told us not to move forward, so unless and until we hear not to move forward, we're gonna keep moving forward.
All right, and this, and I just want to be clear because a lot of times federal grants are reimbursed after we've spent. So we may be spending these funds. It is possible that we might not get a reimbursement by the time the project is completed and as we submit these items.
So you've signed a funding agreement, and a funding agreement is binding.
Okay.
So, but it is federal government. They could say, we abolish all funding agreements.
Right,
But,
just curious. All right, let's take this vote in the queue.
That item was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to number 2, request council approval of memorandum of understanding between the City of South Fulton Parks and Recreation Department and the Municipal Court of the City of South Fulton for the Workforce Academy Program.
The chair will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve.
It's been properly moved and seconded. I think Councilwoman Rowell has a request to make the next motion for the next item. I got you. Let's take this vote. Is there any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote in the queue.
Councilman Sebastian, yes? Okay. Councilman Gums? Motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
The chair, I'm sorry, please sound the next item, Mr. Clerk.
Brings us to item number 3, request council approval of the services agreement between the City of South Fulton and the Roof Museum located at 1395 South Marietta Parkway, Building 200, Marietta, Georgia 367, to deliver a 7-week workforce development program entitled Raising Georgia's Roof.
A motion to approve as sounded.
Second.
The chair I'm sorry, the motion has been properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Was there a question about the length of the program?
No, I've already increased it, but go ahead.
Okay. Let's take this vote in the queue.
Motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right. Please sound the next item.
That brings us to item number 4, request council approval of a special event for St. Martin's Landing HOA Fall Festival. Activities will take place on the community playground located at 0 Butternut Place on October 25th from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Request for a temporary street restriction between the end of lots 4176 and 4184. Butternut Place is included for safety reasons. No activities will take place in the street, nor will any driveways be blocked. This event is occurring in District 3.
The chair will entertain a motion.
A motion to approve is sounded.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote in the queue.
What's this? Oh.
Motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to our walk-on items. We have a special event permit for the Music, Business, Politics Halloween 2025 special event. We also have 3 special events. One on October 29th at Burdette Park, placed on the agenda by Councilmember Willis. And we have 2 events on October 31st, placed on the agenda by Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
All right, Mr. Clerk, can you go ahead and bring up our list of events? And, I'm sorry, first let me just entertain a motion. Let me do that.
I move to approve the the walk-on items as sounded.
Okay, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? I have discussion. Could you bring up our special events list? And Dr. Cooper, can you confirm that we do not have 2 or more events occurring on any of these dates?
Point of order.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for her point of order.
One of the events is a private event, so it's not necessary for him to do that for that particular event. That's all I wanted to say.
All right.
And I did confirm, Mayor, we have no conflicts.
Okay, thank you. The chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Likewise, these are private events not using cities' locations, and these events have already been cleared with Dr. Cooper to not be in conflict.
Thank you. All right, let's take this vote in the queue.
Councilman Sebastian, yes. That item was approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
Brings us to our first read item. We have one this evening. First read, an ordinance to amend Title 12, License Permits and Business Regulations, to add Chapter 6, Delivery-Based Commercial Kitchens of the Code of Ordinances, City of South Fulton, Georgia, sponsored by Councilmember Gumbs. This is first read.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Gums. This is much needed legislation. This is just a first read, so we do not need to take a vote. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Brings us to council comments.
Thank you. You will see with the timed agenda that even with all of our debate tonight, we are still 30 minutes ahead of schedule. I will we can go through these council comments. There is no one here to hear them, so does council want to make their comments for tonight, or can we forego this and head to executive session? All right, all right, all right. So, we are now an hour ahead of schedule. We're gonna get out of here the same day this meeting started.
I move that we go in executive session for personnel litigation, real estate, cybersecurity, and whatever else we gonna argue about for the next hour.
That would be wonderful, except the chair has not entertained a motion. Before we have the motion, Madam Attorney and Madam City Manager, do you have any items that need to be discussed, and under which categories do they fall? You can go first, Madam City Manager.
Yes, real estate.
Okay, and Madam Attorney?
Litigation.
Okay, so we have only real estate and litigation from our city administration. With that being said,
I move that we go into executive session for real estate litigation, personnel, cybersecurity, and whatever else we gonna argue about for the next hour. And Jesus, Joseph, Mary, and all the disciples.
all right. Well, we do have a separation of church and state, so I'm not sure that we should be discussing them in executive session. But with that, let's take this vote by a show of hands.
Record that motion approved unanimously. We are recessed at 10:03 PM.
All right. We are adjourned for executive session. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back, and we are just 9 minutes behind schedule. So the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn executive session and reconvene.
I motion to adjourn from executive session.
Second.
All right. I'll entertain a motion to reconvene.
We got to carry the vote.
Okay, I'm sorry. Let's take this. There was a motion and a second. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved 5-0. We are reconvened at 12:09 p.m.
All right, Mr. Clerk, I will ask you, and the attorney or parliamentarian can chime in if necessary. Were there any motions or decisions in the executive session for which we need to make a public vote now?
No, sir, there was no action taken in executive session that requires a public vote.
All right, and with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved 5-0. We are adjourned at 12:10 p.m. Have a good evening.
All right, thank you, everyone. Enjoy their Wednesday.